Games losing to the Minnesota Wild on Saturday 4-1. J.J. Peterka scoring the lone goal for the Sabres in that game. But yesterday, the Sabres emerged victorious over the Winnipeg Jets by a score of 5-3. Goaltender James Reimer earned the first star of the game yesterday, making 33 saves on 36 shots. Goals were scored by J.J. Peterka, Rasmus Dahlin, Tyson Kozak, Alex Tuch, and Ryan McLeod scored an empty net goal. Sabres back in action tomorrow at home, where they'll host Dylan Cousins and the Ottawa Senators for a 7 o'clock face-off. Some quarterback signings and rumors from around the NFL over the weekend. Former first overall pick in the 2015 draft, Jameis Winston signs a 2-year, $8 million deal with the New York Giants. Winston played in 12 games this past season for Cleveland, throwing just over 2,000 yards, 13 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions. Despite the fact that Winston signed with the Giants, Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reported yesterday that the Giants still have Russell Wilson on their radar. Florio also reported overnight that the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers are nearing an agreement, saying that it's a safe bet that Rodgers will be a Steeler next season. In other quarterback news, Fox's Jordan Schultz reported that the Minnesota Vikings have had discussions with free agent Ryan Tannehill. Tannehill had not signed with any NFL team last season after his contract with the Titans expired at the end of 2023. In his last season with the Titans, the 36-year-old played in 10 games, threw for 1,800 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions. March Madness continued over the weekend with the round of 32 wrapping up last night. A big upset on Saturday saw number 10 Arkansas take down number 2 St. John's 75-66. Number 6 BYU also did some bracket busting on Saturday, taking down number 3 Wisconsin 91-89. And another upset last night as well, as number 6 Ole Miss takes down number 3 Iowa State 91-78. The Sweet 16 gets underway later this week on Thursday. All number 1 seeds still remain alive in the tournament. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Played yesterday. Nate's back from California. First thing in here is like, oh yeah, those guys. What happened to them? Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. Nate Geary's in for Jeremy this week. Where in California were you?
I was I kind of went all over because, I used the opportunity on my work trip to get some golf in. Mm-hmm. So
trust me, we all sitting here waiting patiently to get out. We're loving your tweets out there. Just loving, yeah.
It is beautiful, man.
He's got the jokes. Sheridan Park Golf Club, and it's like on the ocean. That one tweet made me as mad as any tweet has in a long time.
Yeah, it's funny because Aaron Quinn of Cover One, he's like, what are you taking shots at my club for? I'm like, I know. I wasn't taking a shot. It was just funny because it was so beautiful. Yeah. And such a different, obviously, I don't have to tell you, California's got a different vibe than Buffalo. And breaking news, bring out the tanks. No, but it was awesome getting a chance to golf. But I was so I flew in through LAX. We drove up to almost near Riverside, so kind of northeast of LA, and then from there we stayed in Ventura County, which is
it's
about an hour north of LA, up the coast. And then we played golf in Santa Barbara, which is another 35 minutes north of Ventura. So sweet. Coastal. Unreal. Course was sweet. And here's the best part. So we're at a trade show, and some guys that are wearing, golf hats were like, hey, golf. We started talking golf, and we were like, yeah, we're actually going to play Sandpiper, which is where he's like, that's That's what did he say? It was like Pebble Light. I was like, all right, don't get me excited. Don't get me excited. I'm going to play. And I mean, it was not that, but it was very good. It was very good. It was better than playing
for
here
you.
with frozen greens, I'm sure.
Josh played this weekend, and you said you hit a drive, and my first that was so far that my first reaction was, because it hit solid ice ground basically and traveled 50 yards.
Nothing
but
like
maybe
the
I was
ball
over-exaggerating.
bouncing 6 feet higher than you when you're watching it in the middle of the fairway. Yeah, it's
It wasn't
winter
that
golf.
cold out there. It was cold, but it wasn't frozen.
Yeah, well, I mean, the ground is still.
Yeah, I know, but you got to give me some props there. Like, come on, it was a long drive.
Listen, we're going to give you props, John.
Well, Nate's in for the week. Good morning to the bullpen, by the way, who has noticed immediately that I'm in a different chair than I normally am.
I don't know why this always happens.
This is being called the power chair. Pablo would call it the power chair. You lead the show from this chair.
The power chair.
It's not even much as that. Is that this is the chair that faces the clock. So if you're leading the show in and out of the break, having direct eye contact with the clock, I do think make things easier.
I don't know
that's exactly why it just happened this way, but
you and I have been doing some level of hosting together for 7 years.
Sure. Yeah, 2017 at the earliest, 2018 at the latest.
So we have just always had this setup.
Yep.
Always.
Yeah, right. No, that's right.
And it's funny because I actually thought about it for the first time ever. I thought about it when I came in. I was the first one in, so I was like, I usually sit here and Joe doesn't usually Joe. When I come in and you're first, you're already sitting there.
Yeah, no.
So it's not like I come in here and I'm bullying you out of this chair or something.
No.
You go there.
No, it's customary for me. Like this is the I'm hosting with Nate chair, and that's the I'm hosting with Jeremy chair.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much. If I was hosting with Bulldog, I don't know what would happen.
It's just and you also get Essence of Howard right here. You get you sort of power up. Like I sat in the chair, and all of a sudden I craved cupcake vodka at 5 a.m. in the 6 a.m.
I'm writing that down for a future WGR cologne line.
Yes.
Essence of Howard.
Essence of Howard.
Essence of Howard. So, all right, we got a lot to get to on today's show. We'll talk some Steelers a little bit later, 9 a.m. Christopher Carter of Locked On Steelers will join us because, to my knowledge, Aaron Rodgers is not signed at this moment in time, but that might feel like where it's leaning. We'll talk some draft. I got a good draft question to get to as we're about a month away.
Sure are.
You told me you're not really taking in the tournament the way you normally do, though?
Yeah,
some of that was the betting in California, right? And this has been it for me. There's been... last night was our first buzzer beater, I think, of the tournament.
There was, yes. That's right.
And it was great. Maryland scores a freshman hitting a game-winning shot at the end. What is that, a 5 beating a 1 yesterday?
Yeah.
Not a 5 beating a 1. It was a 5 beating a... Who did Maryland even beat yesterday? I don't even remember who they beat.
A 12, Colorado State.
Thank you.
Yes,
a 12, right. So it was the other way around.
Yeah.
So, okay, Maryland gets a buzzer beater. There's no Cinderella story.
None.
And there aren't these crazy dramatic endings. So the tournament has been kind of dull, I would say, by tournament standards. Is that just a coincidence, though, or is that this new era of money and college is just completely different landscape-wise than it's been in the past?
So, definitely part of the reason I've got to... I think there's two large reasons, and if you feel this way locally... I honestly would like to hear from people about this because I wonder how much this affects you. There are no relevant local college basketball programs right now.
Here. Oh, yeah. That's also very true.
At least Bonas is normally in it. You can get the A10 tournament.
Yep.
In years past, I'm not a Bonas fan, but okay, hey, Bonas on and the A10 tournament. I'll go out to XYZ and go watch the A10 tournament. Hey, throw Bonas on.
Yep.
When UB was in the thick of their run with Oates and Massenburg and all the
yeah.
That would have probably been peak adult attention to the tournament. And then before that, when Syracuse was constantly, Syracuse was my college basketball program. So when they were relevant, they had something to watch. I just don't have any local attachment to this tournament whatsoever anymore. And college basketball to me has become less and less relevant as I care more about the NFL offseason.
Okay.
There's more.
Interesting. That's the thing that's taken over a little bit.
I care more about the NFL offseason. And I mean, it's not like the Sabres are distracting us at all. But I guess where I've gotten to with college basketball, even before the product, which I think has dramatically changed since the NIL era. But there's not the local thought here. There's not the local aspect of it. I was in California and I was looking forward to hey, we're going to have 9 a.m. basketball. We'll be at our trade show thing and I'll just have it up on TV and we'll be betting and well, you can't sports bet there apparently online, which was news to me. I just could not believe I'm in this state and I can't sports bet. So that immediately pretty much relegated any interest I had in actually watching the tournament. So on top of that, I've come to kind of realize as a Notre Dame football fan that NIL in football is having a very different impact than it is in college basketball. If anything, you looked at this year's college football playoff, the 12-team. Finally, you've got 12 teams, and you got the playoff that I think everybody's wanted in college football. You still had Ohio State, sure, but they had 2 losses. Yeah. The best 4 teams, the top 4 seeds, all lost. This wasn't Georgia versus Alabama like everybody thought it would be. It wasn't the SEC versus the SEC. No SEC team was in the Final Four.
Yeah.
So, for me, college football has, I think, dramatically benefited from NIL, the transfer portal, where college basketball has been, the product has been dramatically affected.
Yeah. I wonder, too, is that why we're getting so many blowouts? Or, again, this could be circumstantial and not really even necessary. Some of these points, I think, are true, undoubtedly. There are not as many, late game, buzzer beater, drama, whatever. But maybe that is actually what I was about to get to, which is that there aren't really a lot of close games in the first place. The attention, the tournament holding my attention personally, a lot of it is your game close. If the game is coming down to the wire, Florida and UConn last night or yesterday afternoon, I didn't have it on in the final half, and I wanted to check what's the score before I decide what I'm putting on here. And this one's close, going on. But then what happened for me personally a little bit later on, I got 2 screens. The Sabres are going to be on one of them when they're on at 3 o'clock yesterday against Winnipeg. We'll get to them. And then in some ways, they're on one screen. What am I putting on my other screen? Okay, I got Duke Baylor on. That, I put that on. I'm going to watch Duke Cooper Flag, right? Let me hate Duke. If there's one thing, you're right. I wish there was a local connection, whether one of the Big 4 programs here local was having an amazing season. We thought Bonaventure was on their way to it, right? They started 12-1.
Yeah.
But that didn't hold. Syracuse isn't in the tournament. So, okay, but I can get down with hating Duke, right? And then they're up by 20. So, what am I going to do? Just sitting down watching, what's the best thing I could watch on? Oh, let me see. Twitter says Hovland and Justin Thomas are battling it out.
So I'm going to go do that.
I'm going to put that on instead.
That's what I did.
So I didn't watch the second half of Duke Baylor.
I'm the same way.
What am I going to watch a 20-point college basketball game instead of I got a golf? Golf really has replaced it for me. The PGA Tour this year. I never watched the PGA Tour as much as I have this year.
The PGA Tour is good right now.
It's very good.
But the best players are winning.
Yep, and it might just be. Are we all pretty simple-minded on sports in general? We just want close games. And
we want to see.
Maybe I'm watching golf more this season because every tournament seems to be down to the 18th.
Last week was a playoff. This week it came down to 18.
The Mexico Open, which was 2 guys I had never even heard of, I was dialed in because they were in a playoff.
Yeah.
Give me close.
That's it. We're looking for highly competitive. Come down to the. We want to see. Gosh, this seems so lame, but the greatness of sports, and a little bit of that is brand names. And a little bit of that, I wonder, is watching college basketball is have the brand names in college basketball almost taken over too much. Where, yesterday, UConn loses last night to Florida.
Yep.
And UConn, as a brand name in basketball, is about as good as it is. It's about as good as it gets. And even Danny Hurley, who up until the start of this season, was probably considered the best coach in college basketball at present.
Sure.
One of the best college basketball coaches at present. They talked about, Danny Hurley talked about how difficult it was to basically lost his entire team last year. And how difficult it is year to year for these college basketball programs because, I think I saw something like the top 3 scorers for the first 2 rounds were transfers from small schools to big schools.
Wow.
The best player at UCF is now the best player at, Baylor or whatever. So it's like these college basketball programs, and then you have this week, the only good story was McNeese winning in the first round.
Yeah,
and then their coach and then their entire team just left and transferred out.
So right now,
including the cool team trainer who's got NIL deals, he's out of there. The team trainer is getting paid and he's going to NC State.
Who's this guy? There's a
the McNeese State. You don't follow this?
I missed this story.
McNeese State had a team trainer, whatever.
Okay,
and he got an NIL deal, and he was coming out carrying the chains on and whatever.
Okay.
He got an NIL deal, and he's left. He left with the coach to go to NC State. I mean, it's.
Was this was the coach that said, or was this a different coach at the tournament that said, basically to his team, you don't have to worry about me leaving for another job. I am going to do that, but I'm taking all of you with me. Basically, because you could just transfer to my school wherever I end up going.
And I think the transfer thing has to probably be looked at this season. This summer.
I mean, I heard them talking about this was actually the fast break stream that they have, which is it used to be the Red Zone channel for March Madness. They've kind of turned it more into the Manningcast, which I don't necessarily like for this. I'd rather just have the stream that goes game to game to game. But whatever. There's 4 guys talking up there. I don't even know who they were. And while I'm trying to watch one of the games, what are they debating? Whether they should do contracts in college, whether it would be better for the schools if you have to sign a 3-year contract with us. And now you have trades. And basically at that point it's just pro sports. At that point we're full on, it's pro sports. Maybe we're headed that way anyway. It is amazing though.
Yeah.
You look at the bracket right now, and the closest thing you get to a Cinderella story right now in the Sweet 16 is an SEC team that is coached by John Calipari. That's like the closest thing you get to a Cinderella story.
And that feels gross. And
Arkansas is a 10 seed.
They beat St. John's, who was the 2 seed, who I know a lot of people had taken as their national championship winner.
Yeah.
And that didn't even feel like they have Rick Pitino. They're St. John's.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, that at least felt like a story I could have got behind.
Yep.
And even that.
Patino?
Yes.
Oh, no, I could not get behind that.
That's a quote-unquote good story for me, is Rick Pitino.
I mean, Calipari going to Arkansas in year 1 and doing it, I guess, is semi-equivalent. But, yeah, the brand. You mentioned the brands. Look at the brands that are left, which I'm not even, I don't think it's that bad a thing. I'd like to have one Loyola Chicago somewhere mixed in there.
Yeah, right.
Tennessee, Kentucky, Texas Tech, Arkansas. Those are all big brands, right? For the most part. Florida, Maryland, Houston, Purdue. I would say the same thing. Alabama, BYU, Michigan State, Ole Miss. Same. Duke, Arizona, Auburn, Michigan. Those are your teams left. Not complaining, just saying that 1 or 2 of the Cinderellas mixed in there somewhere along the way. I guess the closest you could get, by the way, for your local rooting connection, if you want to root for Nate Oates still. That's easier for me to do because how they're run and gun, score as many points as possible, highest scoring team in college basketball. So, but it's Bama.
Yeah, I have a tough time.
It's not Bama football, at least.
I have a tough time there.
Because it's Bama or because...
I don't really hold a grudge against, but I didn't like how it kind of all went down, to be honest, him signing the extension and then kind of also bailing. But yeah, I mean, you had a chance to have an office next to Nick Saban at a pretty unbelievable program that hadn't really been relevant. And Nate Oates is a fantastic coach. I mean, he turned that program from low-level SEC team to they're the class of the SEC now, and they're making Final Fours. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I'm rooting for him to win necessarily.
Do you have any rooting interest left in the tournament then?
No.
You got to find a story, I guess, that's I don't know either.
Yeah, there's no Sister Jean, or Sister Mary, whatever her name was.
There's no plucky underdog.
No.
Is there a coach? Nope. I mean, I was rooting against Patino. I guess rooting against Duke, but that can end quickly. If they lose a game, then you got to pick another one. Another one.
How about this? Like, to give you my kind of overall feeling of where we are, I don't even hate Duke that much anymore.
No?
No, and I'll tell you this, I know people were very upset about North Carolina making the tournament.
Yeah.
Because they were 0-12 versus
I think they were 1-12 against, was it 1-12 against AP top 25 maybe?
Something.
Or 1-12 against somebody.
Disgraceful. But
quad 1 wins or something.
They get in because of the brand name, and yeah, it's been a weird start to the tournament. It's been very anticlimactic.
The last thing, the one other thing I want to get on the tournament, and then I want to get to the draft. I am not anti-replay guy. We do have a Gene Steratore cutout over there in the other side of the room.
So take that for what you will.
That is, I'm not usually that guy. It's not my favorite, but I'm good with VAR in soccer. I'm good with replay reviews in hockey mostly. I kind of hate the offside review personally in the way the NHL does it. NFL, cool with it. They've made it very fast. That to me is always the biggest thing, is the speed of a review. And NFL, we're at a point now where replay reviews are happening within 10 seconds. There's no sport right now that's worse at this than college
basketball.
College basketball, maybe you want to include the NBA too. Let's stick with college basketball right now. It's so bad. The ends of games
taking forever
are dragged out by it's not an exaggeration to say it's dragged out a half hour.
Yeah.
Both with all the timeouts, but more than that, they are reviewing now every play to see if they're 0.3 of a second ran off the clock.
Yeah.
And guys, no, it didn't. So, we wasted 2 minutes and gave the teams a free timeout without being able to tell us anything different. And even the process that they do it. Again, the NFL is what? Guy's up in the booth. He already has the answer. Radios down to the official. Tells them what's up. So you might not like that there's that in football. At least it's quick.
At least it's semi-efficient.
This is 2 referees chat. Yeah, let's go look at it. They walk over to the table. They ask the guy to turn the monitor around. Right. They turn the screen on.
They're chatting. He's got a headphone on one ear.
He's got a headphone on. It's a 3-minute process to go over and review anything. And they're doing it every play. They're doing it in plays that don't call for reviewing it. That's the other thing is, in hockey, if a goal happens, okay, you want to review it? I might not like the offside review, but go review it. In this, we're not even reviewing a bucket. We're not even reviewing he stepped out of bounds. We're not reviewing if he stepped out of bounds. We're going to review if there's actually 9.1 or 9.3. So to me, the replays, this is the worst sport at it.
Yes, they're the worst offender right now. They're the worst offender.
Easily. 803-0550 is the phone number. You got a college basketball thought? If there's anything you think's worth rooting for right now, you feel free to give us a call. I want to get to the Bills draft, though, when we come back. Not with what you want them to take. To me, they have 3 picks on days 1 and 2. And I see 4 positions where people are going to feel like they got to get something. So something's got to be left out. Get to that when we come back. If there's anything left big whale-wise in the NFL additions, we'll see if anything comes this week. You never know. Something could come up. And then the Steelers need a quarterback, and there's Rodgers stuff. So a lot to get to here on a pretty chilly Monday. This is clear out, though. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off this week. Nate Geary is in. We got time for your phone calls when we come back here on WGR.
On Saturday, 4-1. Peterka scoring the lone goal for the Sabres in that game. But yesterday, they win over the Winnipeg Jets by a score of 5-3. Goals were scored in that game by J.J. Peterka, Rasmus Dahlin, Tyson Kozak, Alex Tuch, and Ryan McLeod. James Reimer makes 33 saves on 36 shots, getting first star honors for the day. Sabres back in action at home tomorrow when they'll host Dylan Cousins and the Ottawa Senators for a 7 o'clock faceoff. Some quarterback signings and rumors from over the weekend. Jameis Winston signs with the New York Giants, 2-year, $8 million deal. Despite that fact that he did sign with the Giants, Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reported yesterday the Giants still have Russell Wilson on their radar. Florio also reported overnight that the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers are nearing an agreement, saying it's a safe bet that Rodgers will be a Steeler this season. And some other quarterback news, Fox's Jordan Schultz reports that the Minnesota Vikings have had discussions with free agent Ryan Tannehill. Tannehill did not sign with the team last season after his contract with the Tennessee Titans expired at the end of the 2023 season. March Madness continued over the weekend. The round of 32 wrapped up last night. 3 big upsets from over the weekend. Number 10, Arkansas takes down number 2, St. John's, 75-66 on Saturday. Also on Saturday, number 6, BYU did some bracket busting, taking down number 3, Wisconsin, 91-89. And another upset yesterday as well as number 6, Ole Miss beats number 3, Iowa State, 91-78. Sweet 16 gets underway later this week on Thursday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Great pass, scores! Rasmus Dahlin with the shot, the setup from Bernard Docker. And Buffalo has taken a 2-1 lead here late in the second period.
It's your first moment of the game. Go forth to Firth. That is Rasmus Dahlin with a bomb from the point. Jacob Bernard Docker, first 2 assists on the night. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. And Nate's in for Jeremy this week. The Sabres win yesterday in Winnipeg, a game that they got kind of dominated in, but found a way to win anyway, which found a way to win is just James Reimer. Was unbelievable. Some of the numbers from that game yesterday. Here's how badly, if you missed it, it's all Sabres won. They did, and all of their goals, I would say, were great individual plays. Like they didn't score by goals going in off of knees, but they didn't do much other than what they did on the goals. And the Jets goalie, by the way, was Eric Comrie on the night, so you might expect to score in every opportunity that you had. Shot attempts in the game, 71-32 in favor of Winnipeg. Scoring chances, 32-9 in favor of Winnipeg. Shots were 36-17.
They got Reimered, bro. They got Reimered.
High danger chances, 13-2.
Nice.
Favor of Winnipeg. Expected goals, 3.99 to 1.68. Yeah, Reimer.
They got Reimered.
Reimer.
Haven't we all in our life been Reimered one time?
McLeod, too, by the way.
Yes.
4 points for him. And his
stock is rising.
Yeah, he's got a contract up at the end of the year. RFA.
He kind of feels like the best move this team has made in a trade acquisition.
Yeah, in a while. They haven't really lost a trade, one of these hockey trades yet. I know the Cousins trade is 5 games in, and Cousins looks good, and Norris
just ask
is
Senators
hurt already.
Fans, though. Senators fans will tell you.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Fleece.
Senators fans on social media are obsessed with telling Sabre fans how good Cousins is, and I'm like, guys, the whole time, like, shouldn't you guys be worried about like? What you've been down with us too long.
Right.
If you're in a spot and you're still worried
shade.
about the team that's in last place,
also,
the fan base that's in last place.
You don't have to tell Sabres fans about Dylan Cousins. We've watched him for 5 years.
Yeah.
I think Sabres fans know everything there needs to know about Dylan Cousins.
Yeah, well, he's back this week, by the way. Sabres and Senators is, I believe, tomorrow at 7. Yes, tomorrow at 7.
Perfect. So let's get that Dylan Cousins first time and anytime goal scorer. I mean, separate bets. We talked.
Oh, sure, of course. Yeah, and tribute video. I would expect tomorrow as well.
Would you expect a tribute? Tribute video?
Sure.
What are you tributing?
They'll put a few highlights up, and they'll put the Heritage Classic where we thought he was sick and he
overtime
killed
goal
Austin
against
Matthews
Miller,
over the middle.
The overtime goal on the Miller night.
Yep, that was a good one. Dahlin throws a Hail Mary pass. Yeah, they'll put up 30 seconds of highlights. Olofsson got a video, didn't he? When he came back?
Yeah, if Olofsson gets a
video.
Last
week? 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, then I would say Cousins gets a video.
Here's the... we'll get to the draft. I want to get some calls in on that coming up, and we'll spend a lot of today on it. Quickly, though, on the Sabres. Terry Pegula...
Twice. Goes
to Utah, goes to Minnesota on the road trip with the Sabres.
Yeah, bad games. Bad games.
Meaningful at all, though? Because that's pretty rare.
Feels like it.
I can't remember, and I might just, again, not be ready to remember this right off the top of my head. I don't remember the last time he was seen on a road trip like that. It was a story early in the year when he went to Montreal to talk with the team, and they got boat raced the next night.
We believe in you. No changes are coming.
But it was a story that he was there,
yeah.
And he gets seen here in these 2 games. A pretty, screenshot that you could read more into than you probably should. But the thing about figuring out if Adams is going to get fired is you don't. I've been making this point for a couple weeks. You don't really ever know what it looks like because you don't hear from the owner.
Nope.
Most teams don't, but this one we haven't heard from him on the Sabres in like 5 years. So we don't hear him do interviews throughout the season the way we hear the GM and the coach do. So there's really no tea leaves to pick up on and to read into and try to figure it out. There's nothing to really try and figure out, right? It's just wondering if he'll get fired or not. What were the signs when Jason Botterill got fired? What were the signs when Tim Murray got fired or Darcy? They just kind of happened. Not quite out of left field, but there wasn't like a warning sign coming for any of those, I don't think. And here, is it just funny? Is it just a bad timing, or is it meaningful that we saw a screen grab of Adams and Pegula in an empty box and they were sitting on opposite corners?
Somebody posted,
what does that qualify as? Is it worth reading into? Is it just funny? Is it coincidental?
Somebody posted a side-by-side of that image of those guys like literally sitting at opposite corners, and then him and Brandon Beane slapping hands when I don't know what it was from. Maybe it's from a game. Oh, It was from the Dallas Thanksgiving game when Josh Allen got that first down. Yeah. And they're like very different vibes. I'm gonna go ahead. You guys, this is your gig. This is your normal gig, right? You guys, this is what you do full time. It's what you do full time. I'm in sales, okay? So let me bring something in to help other people that are also in sales that are listening to this that probably aren't awake right now because most people in sales jobs aren't going to work at 6:30. But in case you're listening back, right? So in sales, there are a couple of things that happen when you are struggling in sales, right? There's remediation. You're going to start having more one-on-ones with your direct manager. I'm going to tell you what the last thing that happens before you get fired is. Mm-hmm. Your boss starts to do ride-alongs with you. He wants to know, it's literally Office Space. What would you say that you do here? These start to become the questions that get asked. Like, what do you do on a day-to-day? Okay, you're struggling in sales. What they start to look through and start to parse through is, are you making enough phone calls? Are you prospecting? Are you spending enough time building your pipeline? Because if your pipeline's good, then you should be selling. Yeah. If your pipeline's not good, you aren't doing the right things to get. So these are all things that start to happen when you're in a real job and you're in sales and you're struggling. The last thing that happens before you get fired is your boss is like, I'm going to go ahead and watch exactly what you do for the next week. We're going to do ride-alongs. Mm-hmm. And then when you're the sales guy and you realize, oh crap, now the guy's looking over my shoulder. Now I got to make the extra phone calls. So now you're trying to do the things. You're trying to put a front on. You're trying to pretend. And I think we're at the point where Terry's doing ride-alongs. I don't know what the day-to-day is for Kevin Adams. I'm sure he's not being scrutinized because he's not putting in the hours day-to-day.
Post-deadline, I don't know what there is to do for him other than call guys up and send guys down. And I'm not sure.
I have thought since the move that allowing Kevin Adams to make a trade like the Dylan Cousins trade, to me, signaled he would be back. That you wouldn't if you really thought that Kevin Adams wasn't going to be here in 4 months, 3 months' time, I don't think you let him make a core change to your team. Because I think you would want whoever comes in to have a fresh slate with all of these players to decide if he wants Dylan Cousins or doesn't want Dylan Cousins, whether he wants Alex Tuck or doesn't want Alex Tuck, or whomever, right? Whether he wants Henry Jokiharju or he doesn't, probably wouldn't. But I guess where I'm thinking is that trade, it's not a franchise-defining trade. Dylan Cousins is a core piece and a former first-round pick. But I wouldn't view him as like an Eichel or even a Reinhardt, or I don't view him on those levels, and I don't believe he's bound for those levels after leaving the Sabres. But it does say something to me that the core that he is not fully responsible, but largely responsible for putting together is now they've begun the process of allowing this general manager to break it down and rebuild it again. And I just don't think you let him do 20% of the job. I think that they get to this offseason short of what? Lindy retiring?
Yeah.
He's back.
Yeah, I would think it's in the ball's in his court. I would assume, if he wasn't the coach next year, I would expect it's more because he walks away. And by the way, I don't know that I don't necessarily want to just say that that's ruled, because even if you bring in a new GM, if you bring a new GM, is that the other scenario where he's just like, I'm going to go with somebody else? I don't know if the new GM though is going to be how dramatically different their job is with Josh Norris in the building instead of Dylan
Totally
Cousins,
right.
because it was a hockey trade.
Totally right.
The other thing is you might be right that the intent at the time. I wonder how that works. If the guy just has you're the GM, you have reign to do whatever you want until I decide you're not the GM anymore. Versus Terry being in the room or whoever being in the room on trade deadline day and telling Adams you're not allowed to make that trade in the moment.
Yeah,
like that might be tough too. I don't know. It also could be that he had no thought of moving on from the GM when the trade was made, like this is your next move, and then I don't know, could an owner feel more embarrassed than he already is that Dylan Cousins is a point a game player now in Ottawa through 6 games, and this guy who we knew the risk was he couldn't stay healthy immediately gets hurt.
Yeah,
could that, like, the trade's already not going well. I really feel personally, I don't feel like it really matters. It's only 6 games in.
I also think long term it'll probably be a pretty even trade. When you look back, I think it's easy now in the present when your team is not winning and you're watching the team you just traded that guy to in a position where Dylan Cousins is probably going to be playing playoff hockey. And I think that there's probably, I would say, I have a little anxiety about the imagery of that. How it'll feel. I might feel nothing, and there's a good chance I'll feel nothing, but there's a chance I feel something. And I guess I want to feel like I get to a point where the thing where I'm talking about maybe feeling something for this team isn't that it's a player on another team that used to be on your team. Like, I would just like to start it. It's incredible how they've gotten here, and it's borderline impossible what the Sabres have been able to do.
It's historic. It is one of the most incredible things
I'm not sure
that has ever happened. I feel like sports-wise in this city, it's one of the most incredible things that's ever happened, because maybe being topped by only, like, most unlikely things that have ever happened in Buffalo sports. Number one is probably going to 4 straight Super Bowls.
Yes.
That is bonkers
remarkable
that a team could do
yes.
that. Number 2 is a hockey team in this league going 14 years without even getting lucky once and getting to the postseason. They have the record by 4 years. It's definitely more incredible. And I don't know what is really different, though, from an ownership to GM standpoint is being embarrassed again something that matters to them and moving on from the GM? Like, if Cousins goes off and is just another guy that wins without, like, I agree with you that it's different, because when Eichel and Reinhardt and O'Reilly, especially when those guys leave or get traded, they are established great players.
That's right.
They might have ascended more when they left, but they were great players when they left.
And in almost every case, they were sort of the player that put that team over the top. It wasn't like they went there and made that team. Florida was there, and boom, they get Sam Reinhart, and they go to 2 straight Stanley Cups, right? And the Knights had already basically been to the Cup Finals. They'd already won one. They'd already won one. They had won one.
But
they'd been to one already.
Yeah.
And Eichel put them over the top.
And
O'Reilly.
The Blues were a veteran team. They had been to the playoffs.
They had been surging from being the worst team in hockey to being literally the Stanley Cup champion.
And Cousins, the team, right, is different to that. Also, all those guys that were established when they left, Cousins was lost when he was traded.
He is not an established player when he left. Yeah.
So I don't know that trade really does. It could. You're right. Like it could be a sign that the GM is sticking around through the year. To me, through the offseason, I kind of feel like that's the biggest thing though to figure out. And again, like I'm half kidding about the picture of the owner and the GM sitting as far apart as they were, mostly because I don't really know what else to look at to try and figure it out. You just kind of have to wait, I guess, until, a month from now. A month from now, the season will be over, and usually when GMs get fired, it happens like the week after. So we'll probably know in a month.
And maybe you follow the same Don Granato situation where it felt like maybe they weren't going to fire him right away, and then they got fired.
Yep. 803-0550 is the phone number. There's an awesome Sabres drought bracket also that's going around on Sabres social media that I want to mention. And then for the Bills draft, thing I want to get to today, with 3 picks in the first 2 rounds and then no pick until the 4th round, I see 4 positions where it feels like you want at least one more guy, and clearly there's only 3 valuable picks at the top that they can use on those positions. Get to the one you can live without when we come back, coming up at 7. It's Jody Biasi and Nate Geary. Stay tuned. This is WGR.
All right, here we go. 3.7 seconds left. Maryland has not made a shot in the last 2:27. If they don't make one here, their season is over. Gillespie to inbounds. He finds Queen. Queen turns, puts it up in the buzzer, and in! Maryland is headed to the Sweet 16 for the second time in 22 years. It's the freshman Derek Queen. He's a Maryland hero.
Tyler Lochte on the Maryland call of the buzzer beater yesterday to win. They are going to the Sweet 16. Maybe Maryland could be a rooting interest. They're not like a blue blood or anything.
Yeah. Hey, listen, if we're trying to manufacture,
I never really think about Maryland athletics, though, ever.
No.
So if they went deep, even further, that'd be interesting. 803-0550 is the phone number. We'll get to some NFL draft coming up. We're just talking some golf in the break. And if you are interested in some good golf, everyone has been affected by cancer in one way or another. So the Ellicottville Chamber of Commerce is partnering with Labatt to create an event where a majority of the proceeds will benefit the 11-day power play. So join us. We'll be there at Par for a Purpose on May 19th, playing a foursome at the Double Black Diamond Golf Course. Registration includes lunch, dinner, 2 drink tickets, greens fee, cart, and prizes. You can visit WGR550.com/events to register now. So go check it out on our website. That'll be fun. Great golf yesterday. And we are
fantastic golf yesterday.
2 weeks from the Masters?
Yes.
2 weeks from the Masters?
I believe that's right.
And probably 2 weeks from being able to golf full-time, I would think, locally. Starting to dry up a little bit. It's going to be cold this week, though. You might have been able to get a round in already in the last week or two.
It's 3 weeks.
3 weeks till the Masters?
Yeah, you got Houston Open.
Texas Open.
Houston Open,
Houston
yeah,
Open.
Texas Children's Houston Open this week. Then the Valero, Texas. So now we get to the Texas swing, and then we head back to the East Coast. Yeah, fantastic.
Justin Thomas, by the way, hasn't won a golf tournament in 3 years.
Yeah,
and he had it.
He did have it.
He had quick on those two. Those are two pretty famous.
Hovland, you mean?
Hovland and Victor Hovland and Justin Thomas. Both, I feel like, have the talent to be the best in the world, and you kind of see why they don't win all the time yesterday. Even while they're battling, they're just kind of both erratic.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Just Thomas has a 2-shot lead. What does he do? He drives it in the woods. Hovland's year has been nuts. He's had like 3 different swing coaches and throwing golf clubs. And
6 coaches. 6 swing coaches. 6.
That's wild. So he's been all over the place. Maybe he's found one. So cool to see those two going at it. Masters coming up. When we come back, what's the position you can live without the Bills taking? Got a poll up on this, and we're about a month away from the NFL draft, so let's get into it when we come back. Also, the quarterback carousel in the league and whether Aaron Rodgers going to Pittsburgh could kind of shake that up. All ahead here on WGR.
Good morning. The Sabres split their weekend games in losing to the Minnesota Wild on Saturday 4-1. JJ Peterka scoring the lone goal for the Sabres in that game. But yesterday, the Sabres bounced back, emerging victorious over the Winnipeg Jets by a score of 5-3.
Nemestikov centered in front. Oh, what a pass saved by James Reimer. This guy's got a motor that's not going to stop in the net for the Sabres here this afternoon.
Goaltender James Reimer earned the first star of the game, making 33 saves on 36 shots. The goals were scored by J.J. Peterka, Rasmus Dahlin, Tyson Kozak, Alex Tuch, and Ryan McLeod scored an empty net goal. Sabres back in action at home tomorrow when they'll host Dylan Cousins and the Ottawa Senators for a 7 o'clock faceoff. Some quarterback signings and rumors in the NFL from over the weekend. Former first overall pick in the 2015 NFL Draft, Jameis Winston, signed a 2-year, $8 million deal with the New York Giants. Winston played in 12 games this past season for the Cleveland Browns, throwing for just over 2,000 yards, 13 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions. Despite the fact that the Giants signed Winston, Pro Football Talk Mike Florio, he reports yesterday that the Giants still have Russell Wilson on their radar. Florio also reported overnight that the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers are nearing an agreement, saying it's a safe bet that Rodgers will be a Steeler for this season. In other quarterback news, Fox's Jordan Schultz reported that the Minnesota Vikings have had discussions with free agent Ryan Tannehill. Tannehill had not signed with an NFL team this past season after his contract with the Tennessee Titans expired at the end of the 2023 season. In his last season, the 36-year-old played in 10 games and threw for just over 1,800 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions. March Madness continued over the weekend. The round of 32 wrapped up last night. A few big upsets. On Saturday, number 10 Arkansas takes down number 2 St. John's, along with number 6 BYU taking down number 3 Wisconsin. Another upset last night as well. Number 6 Ole Miss beats number 3 Iowa State 91-78. All 4 1 seeds are still alive heading into the Sweet 16. That gets underway later this week on Thursday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of business. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Is the biggest issue in my opinion. You know, you have Christian Benford on one side entering the final year of his contract. You'd like to believe that there will be an extension done, but the price of the cornerbacks just keeps going up, so that's going to be quite a bit of money they're going to have to invest in Benford. But then opposite that, you know, they have not re-signed Rasul Douglas. Douglas still sits out there in free agency. Dane Jackson was brought in. I look at Dane Jackson as just more of a first guy off the bench. If there's an injury, that's fine. Really don't want him coming in this year and being in the running for cornerback too. But names are running out in free agency in terms of potential upgrades there. But if you look at the draft class, Trey Amos, Maxwell Hairston, there are some guys that the Bills could target with one of their first picks of those top 3 that they have in the first 64 picks.
Ryan Talbot of NewYorkUpstate.com on with Derek Kramer on Sports Talk Saturday over the weekend on the draft and corner. Specifically, good morning. It's a Monday. We are exactly 1 month from round 1 of the NFL draft. 1 month from today, the Bills most likely, can't see why they wouldn't, will have their first round pick, 30th overall. And right, well, what would it take? What would be the move that's left out there where they wouldn't have their first round pick? I don't think there is one. Does Hendrickson cost a first if he gets traded?
No.
Which, by the way, he still hasn't signed.
Hasn't signed.
A week ago, it was like, oh, they're
signing
close.
Everybody. Yeah.
But they haven't. I don't even think Hendrickson really costs you a first because of his age.
Don't think so either. You're not trading a first for a 30-year-old. No way.
So they're going to have their first, and we're 1 month away from it. And
would you say that there's a better chance that they try to move up in this draft?
Sure.
And how far? You know, I mean, that's how far could you?
They look back on their picks. When haven't they moved around? At least
they move.
What are the odds they make the 30th pick? They're probably an underdog.
80%.
No, I think 80% they don't make it.
Okay.
Let's look back on Bean's history.
When they've made their pick.
First round picks that were where he was supposed to pick. Because Allen and Edmonds, remember, for his first draft, he traded up for both of them.
Yep.
Allen, that was necessary. Edmonds, I guess it was too. The year after, Ed Oliver. Okay, that one maybe they sat where they were, right at 9. They didn't move.
They didn't move?
No, they were there.
They were there.
Okay, so Oliver they didn't, but as I'm looking at that draft, round 2, Cody Ford. They moved up for Cody Ford.
They did.
Then The next year they didn't have a first. AJ Epinesa, I don't remember if they moved for that. That was second round anyway. Okay, Greg Rousseau, maybe they didn't move.
Greg Rousseau, I believe they stood pat.
At 30.
Yeah.
Kyrie Elam, they moved up.
Yep.
James Cook, they moved down.
Dalton Kincaid, they moved up.
Dalton Kincaid, they moved up, right?
Yep.
Okay.
To get him before Dallas got him.
Okay. Coleman, they moved down twice. And that's it.
And
so
there's
it's
probably
like
some trades that, in the middle rounds that we don't really remember. But yes, no, they...
Yeah.
And it's got a lot of ammunition. He's 11 picks? 10 picks?
Yeah. The thing, though, about moving up in round one, I don't know who that would be for, also, by the way. Like, they could love a guy. I don't have a name or an idea.
Either do I, but
that makes sense for.
I guess I would say that what would make sense is, because if you talk to really anybody that is truly covering the draft, a lot of what the conversation around this draft is, like, the difference between, 11 and 45 is very minuscule. It's really kind of dealer's choice, stylistically, positional need. But if, there are guys that really are first round picks or considered, round one grades. I'm not sure how many round one grades this draft class has for Brandon Beane, but let's just say you get to the 15th pick or something, and there's one guy left that has a round one grade, and he's at a position of need. He's at defensive end. He's at corner. Mm-hmm. Do you say we either get the drop between the fourth corner and the fifth corner is too dramatic, and we don't think we're going to have a shot at one of the ends? We don't think we're going to have a shot at one of the safeties. Mm-hmm. This is our opportunity to get a first-round grade player. This is it. This is all we've got. Maybe it's Will Johnson. I don't know, right? But that could be a scenario where you can convince me that it'd be a good idea to trade up and maybe take to me, trading from 30 to 26, first of all, it probably isn't going to cost you a whole lot. But is this probably the one draft you could look at and say, this might be the cheapest draft in recent memory to move up?
It could be. We'll see.
Because of the lack of quarterbacks.
Yeah, right. That's why. There's not the premium positions. End is loaded. And
it's not a good receiver class.
Corner is pretty good, but receiver, no. Quarterback, no.
Yep.
So, yeah, I would agree with that. They moving up, though, them having 11 picks, the fact that they only have 3 picks, though, like you normally would, through the first 2 days of the draft, I don't know how far you're getting. You're probably not getting very far at all, offering fifths and sixths to move up in the first round. Those are throw-ins usually, not core centerpieces of those trades. So I guess they could move, their second if they felt that it was worth going up far. They don't have a third. And that's really where I wanted to get to, is them not having a third, but they do have that extra second. So it's 3 picks through Friday. We're going to have 2 draft parties, by the way. We're going to be at Resurgence on Thursday for round 1. We're going to be at Wayland for rounds 2 and 3 on Friday. And 1 first, 2 seconds. This is the starting point I'm going to get to with you, because we haven't talked draft really yet. 4 positions that it feels like the Bills have to add something at some point? Would you say more or less than
safety,
that?
corner.
You're including safety?
Yeah.
Because I was not including safety.
Oh, where were you including?
Corner, defensive end, defensive tackle, and wide receiver. You got safety on there?
I do.
To start, though? Because to me, I've been treating it as though there's almost no way that it's not Rapp and Cole Bishop starting week 1.
That feels right. Unless they
don't trust Cole Bishop?
Or they draft somebody early. If one of the two, if either the kid from Georgia or the kid from South Carolina are there.
Nick Emenwari.
Yeah, or Starks.
Yeah.
Maybe that's, and again, maybe that's because the top 3 corners are gone, the top 4 defensive ends are gone, and you're looking at it and you're saying the best available player here at 30 is a safety. And and they're both freaks of nature.
Yep.
Freaks of nature.
We've talked about safety. We've talked about Emenwari, especially because he's 6'3" and ran a 4.39.
Because you have to look at this and say, when you are looking at the draft board, what you're saying is 4, I'm saying even potentially 5 positions that need to be addressed.
Yeah.
With only 3 picks in the top 60.
Yeah. To me, it becomes not because
is it not? Do you not? Are you of the mind that they haven't put themselves in a position to take best available player?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I always feel like it's best available amongst the positions you can actually see the guy getting reps. You know, like if their best available is a tight end at 30, they're not drafting a tight end, right? There'll be no opportunity to see the guy play, so there's no point of doing it. To me, all those positions.
Well, of course, tight end,
offensive line, even they're not drafting
running back.
Where the whole offensive line is coming back, and the backups.
Yeah.
They're not drafting a guard at 30 if it's their best player available. They're not drafting a running back if it's best player available at 30. I don't think they're drafting well, I guess defensively maybe you could argue anything. Would they draft a linebacker if a linebacker was their best available? Maybe you'd say yes now because Milano is only on a 1-year contract now and injuries and I don't know. But for the positional need, you could throw safety in there. To me, the difference with safety is you could definitively say I could live without it.
Yes.
I might like to have Emenwari or Starks and upgrade, but I can live without it. There is a plan there. The plan is Rapp's under contract, and we heard about all year that they don't love to throw safeties right in. They want them to learn the system. They want them to get their reps. So
also,
Bishop not playing in year one.
He missed a lot of training camp.
And he missed a lot of training camp.
I think that's important. I wonder, I'd be super interested to know if Bishop doesn't get hurt last training camp, if he ends up overtaking Hamlin as the starter.
At least sooner. Maybe not like right away, but at some point during the year that wasn't just because of injury. But I think that's going to happen week one. Like that seemed to be the plan. The plan, other than him getting hurt in training camp, is we bring our safeties along slowly. We need them to know the system like the back of their hand.
Right.
So safety they can live without. What are those other four do you feel like they can live without? Corner, defensive end, defensive tackle, wide receiver. You get 3 picks.
Wide receiver.
It's definitely wide receiver for you?
Yes.
I will say our poll right now, it's a tie between receiver and actually defensive end coming in 0.5 percentage higher. Something you can live without the Bills taking in the first 3 picks. 1 first and 2 seconds. They got to take a corner? Right now it feels like they got to take a corner, right?
I mean, because to me, I'm not even interested in bringing Rasul Douglas back. And he's the most obvious one because he knows the system and he would probably be a plug and play.
Didn't they already do that with Dane Jackson?
Yeah, maybe.
Is he not their?
I would say he and Rasul Douglas are probably. I mean, maybe I would give the edge to Douglas, but it wouldn't be by a lot.
Right.
It just Douglas towards the end. It didn't look like it was before he got injured last year going into the playoffs. Like that run from when the time they traded him until he got injured going into the wild card game, or maybe it was from the wild card game into the divisional game. He has not looked like the same player. He has looked like age has caught up to him. And he was the one guy you looked at and said he could probably play later into his career than most corners because he's not super reliant on the, athleticism, but he was getting burned. He was getting burned. And stuff you don't see a Bills defense do, which is get burned down the field, he was kind of the culprit of a lot of that. So, to me, I guess let me pose this question to you because I think it has meaning to the rest of this conversation, which is it doesn't feel like Brandon Beane has exhausted every opportunity to add to his roster and add good players to his roster. I think it was Greg Thompson that said this, right? Cap space is an interesting way of putting it, but I don't want to misquote what he said, but it was essentially like, it's talking about how much functional space could you have? How much could you actually spend?
Sure.
And they could, if they wanted to, spend another $50 million. And I'm wondering why they wouldn't do that. Why they wouldn't spend as much as they possibly can right now, knowing that this window of having this version of Josh Allen is probably never going to be better than he is right now. Yep. So, and maybe it's just, hey, it's fit. But like Asante Samuel, doesn't that just seem like an obvious he's better than what you have? Let's just go get a guy, even if it's in a 1-year deal. All the guys they've gone out and got of consequence, other than Hoyt, are on 1-year deals. They're 1-year deals.
Yeah.
That's, to me, not exactly what I was thinking.
I think part of that is, and this is why I think the draft becomes more important, and you kind of wish that, you wish you had more to chew on than, well, my search for studs, which to me was what this offseason was about, which was a search for studs. They have so many good players and so few holes, but I think everyone was in agreement the thing they were missing outside of Josh Allen last season was game-breaking talent. Top-level players at their positions. You have a couple, but not many. Dawkins is arguably that, and of course Allen is that, and like maybe James Cook was that last year, but even him, we've talked about his snap count and whether he's worth $15 million, and you can question whether he's like one of the 5 best backs in football, whatever. They don't have a lot of studs. And now it's up to the draft maybe to find those guys. For me, though, is it their motivation to do it, or is it those guys never got traded? You know? Like,
yeah.
You mentioned Asante Samuel Jr. I wonder if they're in on him. What are his deficiencies? They're the things that they say the Bills don't like. He's smaller and he's not a good tackler, right? I'd be impressed if they signed him with those deficiencies. He's a good coverage corner. But Garrett didn't get traded.
He did not get traded.
You know, Max Crosby didn't get traded.
They both signed like significant extensions.
So those guys didn't become available. And
I just don't know
Metcalf did. Metcalf was the right or wrong. Was he not the best player that changed hands this offseason? Unless you wanted to, like, is Milton Williams as good at his position as Metcalf is?
I would say Metcalf is the biggest.
So you could be upset they didn't trade for Metcalf, I guess.
You could be.
But there was nothing on defense that we had in mind for the Bills this year that actually got moved.
So let me say this, though, in the conversation about Myles Garrett. Let's assume that they were serious about it. That they were not just serious, but they were exploring that option. You have one of your best players and one of your captains, Deion Dawkins, out there publicly saying, like, we want you. He's pitching him.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, and there were a lot of reports that the Bills were going to be basically it was between the Bills and Eagles. Those were the two interested parties. That was kind of the report. If that is true, and you were willing to trade what was necessary to get Myles Garrett and then make him, let's assume you knew that if you were trading for him, he was likely going to be the highest paid player in the league, non-quarterback. And then you don't, that never happens, it never materializes. And your next best move is Ogunjobi, who's getting suspended, and Hoyt and Bosa. That feels like,
well, what else was there?
We went from, but I guess I was just maybe expecting, if that was your, that's what you really wanted, your plan A.
Yeah.
Your plan B was effectively significantly less impactful.
Could you see them not being done? Like, I wonder if there's more. Right now, this draft question is within the context of what they've already added. But with that being said, could they be done?
Moves do happen in June. But like, what kind of move is happening?
They happen at the draft, too. And I've been pointing this out a lot lately, that their search for a whale might not be over. We just don't know, because remember when A.J. Brown got traded at the draft?
Yep.
No one thought that was happening. There wasn't weeks of build-up about, where's A.J. Brown going to get traded? A.J. Brown just got traded. Sometimes that can happen at the draft, but I've looked. I don't know who that name is. I mean, is Micah Parsons going to stun everybody and get traded? I don't know. He needs a contract still, doesn't he? You can find, really, the way to do that is to look at the list of guys and see who's up for contracts. Who's someone that might shake loose from their current team that doesn't sound like there's a lot of drama right now? We've talked about Chris Olave for this a little bit. The problem with him is he's got concussion issues.
Yeah, injury history.
But that's how you get a stud. You got to go find a guy that's got 1 year left on his deal, and you might have to predict whether that person's going to shake loose. 803-0550 is the phone number on this or on the draft. Is there a position you can live without the Bills taking in the first 2 days of the draft? Mike in Connecticut is next up. What's up, Mike?
Good morning, guys. How you doing today?
Morning. Good.
So I saw your poll, Joe. I'm personally okay with not taking a wide receiver. I feel like as much as you guys are talking about studs, we don't have a stud wide receiver. I think the Bills have invested a lot with, even guys that aren't huge names. Josh Palmer, 12 a year. Shakir's 15 a year. Curtis Samuel, 8 a year. A high draft pick investment in Keon Coleman. I'm pretty comfortable there. I just really would love defense in the first 2 rounds, all of the picks. You just see all of our playoff losses, how many points we're averaging giving up. But one thing that I will say that I think is like kind of a dark horse thing, I don't think it's going to happen, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised the way that the Bills have, when they tried to take Elam, that was a position of need, and, they struck out there. I would not be surprised, and I'm not saying it's going to happen at 30, but in the second round, if the Bills look for an interior offensive lineman, if they can't make it work with McGovern or Edwards going forward, and I also don't think linebacker is out of the equation at 30, especially if like Jahad Campbell's sitting there and you only have 1 year left with Milano, that could be a stud. I don't, not that I want that to happen, but I don't think it's the dumbest thing in the world if Brandon Beane went that route.
All right. Thanks, Mike, for the call.
I think linebacker is going to be I think it'll be a position that they go for in this draft. I'm not sure it'll be in the top 60.
I was going to say, you want to do that high, this doesn't have to be true, but you're drafting, a will linebacker to not play the whole year unless there's an injury. And I felt like Williams was pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you can't do better than Dorian Williams, but
of course.
But I draft a linebacker, and then what's the role? He's going to be my third string will linebacker to start?
You can't draft somebody at 30 that's not. I think this draft is more important than anything, that the first 3 picks, 2 of them are that are competing and win starting jobs. I think it'll be super important for them to have 2 starters coming out of this draft.
And to Mike's question about or his point about interior offensive linemen, that's kind of the same situation where, okay, you're right. Edwards and McGovern are on 1-year deals. They've 1 year left in their contracts. So decisions will need to be made on the interior with those 2.
Yep.
I can see them wanting to have somebody ready, but you have Alec Anderson under contract already. You have all your other backup linemen under contract. You have Edwards and McGovern for this year. Okay, let's say you do that. You draft a center with your first, second round pick. You're basically signing up for him to not play all year, right?
And I don't even
know that he'd be.
They can't afford to do that.
He'd have to be pretty solid and polished, ready to go, because every indication is they love Alec Anderson, and if one of those guys gets hurt, he's the guy that's going in.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and I think you feel very good if Alec Anderson has to play football for you.
And there is
he might be their guy. You might say, David Edwards, we're good. Like, we've got Alec Anderson ready to step in as a full-time guard in the NFL, and I think you'd feel fine about it. Like, I think it's a sneaky pick, but I don't see it as, like, I view these top 3 picks as you need to fill positions on your defensive line, your defensive backfield, and I think those are probably it. I think you probably need. See, I guess all of this, too, continues the conversation around Dwayne Carter, who I think is also going to be part of the conversation moving forward.
That's right, and we'll get to him. I guess for me, Mike's call about, Elam maybe did get you in trouble this way. I would agree with that. But I don't want to see the Bills kind of punt on 2025 with some of their most valuable picks in the name of, this is my best option for the future after that. I understand that might be a good, process. But I am fresh off of an AFC Championship game loss where they got 0 from their rookie class.
Yeah, 0.
Look at their last game of the year that they lost. Keon Coleman played his lowest snap count of the year.
Yep.
Wasn't on the field at the end. It was Cooper that was getting a screen pass at the end, not Coleman. Coleman didn't play as much in that game. Cole Bishop didn't play, right? Dwayne Carter, I don't even think was.
Well, no, Bishop played because Rapp was hurt, right? I think Bishop had to play. No,
was Rapp? Well, maybe he was playing.
I think he was. Yeah, he was playing because of injury.
Okay, you might be right on that. Dwayne Carter, is he inactive?
Scratch. He's a healthy scratch
for that game.
Yep.
Cedric Van Pran Granger.
Maybe he's in the active lineup. I don't know.
Ray Davis, did he have a carry maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
That's not to say the rookie class is going to end up being terrible. There's actually a lot of guys that I like from that class. We'll see if Javon Solomon even becomes I think
he looks
player.
like, based on the numbers right now, he looks like a guy that could get an opportunity.
But I don't want to compare everything to the Chiefs, but I had a Super Bowl team 2 years ago in Kansas City that got tons of contributions from one of their rookie draft classes right away. Mm-hmm. That Pacheco, Nick Bolton class where they got or Rashee Rice. They've had rookies come in right away and produce for them. And I don't need the whole class to do that, but that I can't get down with a linebacker or an interior lineman with one of their most valuable picks because I don't feel like there's a lot of room for those guys to play. And I need guys to come in, and I need to go. I need to win right now. And I don't think a lineman that's going to sit for a year and then going to be my David Edwards replacement is going to do that. 803-0550. CJ, stay on hold. We'll start with you when we come back. Got more open phone lines. On the draft, is there a position you can live without them taking? Or if you want to throw in, like Mike, one that it's not really on our radar that we've been talking about. We have not talked a lot about linebacker or interior line. 803-0550 is the phone number. We'll get to some hockey at 8. Paul joined the show, but we got more time for your phone calls coming up next here on WGR.
Sabres split their weekend series, losing in Minnesota on Saturday, but winning yesterday in Winnipeg by a score of 5-3. James Reimer makes 33 saves on 36 shots, getting first star honors yesterday. JJ Peterka, Rasmus Dahlin, Tyson Kozak, Alex Tuch, and Ryan McLeod all score yesterday for the Sabres. They're back in action tomorrow at home, where they'll host Dylan Cousins and the Ottawa Senators for a 7 o'clock puck drop. Some quarterback signings and rumors from the NFL from over the weekend. Jameis Winston signs a 2-year, $8 million deal with the Giants. Winston played 12 games last year for the Browns, throwing just over 2,000 yards, 13 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions. Despite the fact that the Winston signed with the Giants, Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reported yesterday the Giants still have Russell Wilson on their radar. Florio also reported overnight that the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers are nearing an agreement, saying that it's a safe bet that Aaron Rodgers will be a Steeler this season. And some other quarterback news. Jordan Schultz of Fox reported that the Minnesota Vikings have had discussions with free agent Ryan Tannehill. Tannehill did not sign with an NFL team last offseason after his contract with the Tennessee Titans expired at the end of the 2023 season. In his last season with the Titans, the 36-year-old played in 10 games, throwing for 1,800 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions. March Madness continues on. Later this week, the Sweet 16 gets started on Thursday. All number 1 seeds in the tournament are still alive. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of business.
With a rebound, scores! Kozak!
Yes.
What a place to score and give the Buffalo Sabres a power play goal and a 3-1 lead.
Tyson Kozak's second goal of the year in front of a lot of friends and family. Yesterday is one of your Firth moments of the game. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth.
I mean, even Brandon Beane, after signing Dane Jackson, he came out and said we're thin at the position. I don't think anyone's acting like Dane Jackson is the savior to the position group. But one thing that's generally happened with the Bills over the last several years is their cornerback depth has absolutely been stressed. Dane Jackson was never a preferred starter for the Bills. He started 28 games over 4 seasons. They've had to use him a ton. Kyrie almost had to play a good amount. So I think it's very important to have depth in place. I think the Bills did a good job of finding a floor with bringing in Dane Jackson. But I think they need to find some ceiling, and that's why I'm expecting probably an early investment with a draft pick to get a player that not only gives them more ceiling and upside, but, as you're about to potentially pay Christian Benford a big-time contract, you're going to want a cost-control player that's secure for multiple years. I think you accomplish that with a draft pick.
Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast, last week with us. Talked to him a little bit later in the week. On corner, which... no surprise, seems to be the position that everyone least thinks the Bills can just avoid in the first 3 picks. 1 first, 2 seconds. We're 1 month away from the NFL draft. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off this week. Nate is in. And I agree with what he says there on corner. I would say the one counter I'm getting the most from the people that are telling me corner is the one position they can live without is... the Bills often will find guys late in the draft and just plug them in.
Don't think. I don't think you can rely on that this year. You can rely on that when you've got 2 starters in place. When you feel like you've got the position and now you're just drafting around it, right? Mm-hmm. Or you've got a guy, but he's Trey White and he's coming off an injury. We don't know what's going to happen, so we should just draft just in case, right?
Right.
You're not drafting just in case right now. Right now, if you draft a corner in the top 60, you might expect him to be your starter day one.
Right now,
as of today.
Right now, I would expect
as of today.
Yes.
Because, okay, as of today, without a rookie, let's just say the room doesn't change right now.
At all?
It doesn't. Let's just.
Okay.
It will, but let's just say it doesn't. Jamarcus Ingram's starting across from Christian Benford, right?
I mean, they're pretty close. I might go with Ingram just because of... I might actually prefer the inexperience in this department.
Over Dane Jackson?
Over Dane... I know what I'm getting with Dane Jackson. It's fine, but Ingram... Although Ingram's not as young as you think either. I was about to say Ingram is the young guy.
Like 28.
Let me explore if he's got any upside. But yeah, he's 27.
But you've had him in your system.
He'll be 28 in the first week of the season.
You've had him here.
Yeah.
And in limited time last year,
So I guess they're similar to me.
in limited time, he was okay last year.
He had a pick 6 on Tua.
2 interceptions in that game.
2 interceptions. I don't want to end up there, though.
No.
And to me, like, I have they ever had 2 great corners at the same time? It's always been one great corner and then a plug-and-play guy. Mm-hmm. And the plug-and-play guy is always doing better than you think he would, right? Levi Wallace coming from an undrafted free agent being as solid as he was, and Jackson as a 7th-round pick being solid, and everybody, right? Everybody they've put in there. I've pointed out that even Elam's numbers when he got plugged in weren't even that bad. They were bad in the AFC Championship. So what does it look like if I get another great corner? You have to nail the pick, but that's the idea of picking that position in the first round, I think. Let's go to CJ in Buffalo. What's up, CJ?
Hey, good morning, guys. I think we're kind of beating around the bush. We had several conversations, and since 13 seconds, and I hate to bring it up, but like after that game, we talked about a lot of different points, whether it was coaching, but most of it stemmed around defensive end and speed on defense. I think we had Dane Jackson, Levi Wallace out there, and Tre'Davious White, which were great corners, but we didn't have speed on defense to follow a Tyreek Hill or those other receivers. Not to mention on offense, we have never given Josh Allen game-breaking speed. I just want to draft speed, period, just because of it helps our coaching. I know we talk about the players, but we're not talking about the combination of the players and the scheme. This offense, everybody eats, but what opens it up for everybody? Speed. You can't bring somebody down when you have a quarterback with the strongest arm in the league, and you got little legs that go as fast as they can, go by them. I know Gabe Davis wasn't known as a speedster, but he was very deceiving, and that helped a lot. I think it opened up a lot for Diggs. That's just my view. I don't know what you guys think, but I think speed changes a lot, especially with this offensive coordinator to help out a Shakir on the screens. I'm so happy to have an offensive coordinator that can throw a screen. It opens so much up with this team. And to add to that, especially with an offensive line that can block now, speed would be phenomenal.
Yeah, thanks, CJ. I think the Bills probably agree with you, too. At least they talk like they do, right? What did McDermott say after the season? The thing he wants his offense to be better at was, plays down the field. The ability to throw the ball down the field. Josh Allen, who surprisingly, decided, I'm going to start throwing the ball short, screen passes, checking the ball down. He still managed to be 3rd in the league in deep ball attempts last year. 3rd.
Yeah.
He still, at his core, wants to chuck it deep. And he doesn't really have that guy. And I would agree that there will be adjustments to the Bills' offense, right? Remember what happened to Miami? Miami actually happened in season. But there were adjustments made to Miami's offense after they lit the league on fire a couple of years ago. And they haven't really had a counterpunch. They haven't been as dominant, nearly as dominant. The Bills' offense, everyone's going to go to work on it this offseason. And they're going to know, hey, Shakir, Short, that's like their biggest threat, and Cook, the yak plays that Brady was so effective at. How do you keep those efficient? I think, again, McDermott kind of told you. It's get somebody that can threaten teams down the field, and then you can't focus as much on all of those Brady yak plays as you might want to. I wonder if that is some of what Josh Palmer is here for. But doesn't it feel like he's not enough of that? Like, teams are not completely changing their game plan based on Josh Palmer being on the other side of things. And that could be true of a rookie, too. But if you hit on the rookie, if you draft late in the second round, Isaiah Bond ran a way slower 40 than he was supposed to, right? But he's a fast guy. If you draft Isaiah Bond late in the second round, he turns out to be like a really good player right away, then defenses will have to start adjusting to that.
Yeah. Yeah, I also think, when you're starting to work out like, hey, what positions right now can you live without? Talking about these first 3 rounds. And you get to wide receiver very quickly just because you feel like, well, you drafted Keon Coleman last year, and I think you kind of have to let your second round pick from last year have an opportunity. And I think that's part of what the move to getting a Josh Palmer instead of getting a DK Metcalf does, is Josh Palmer doesn't block out Keon Coleman. It's almost a hedge against Keon Coleman being exactly who he was this year, last year, this year. It's a hedge against that. Is you feel like right now, today, as it stands, they walk off the bus. Josh Palmer, you feel, is probably better than Keon Coleman. But you've given yourself an opportunity for Keon to outperform Josh Palmer and play more and take his role. Mm-hmm. Because the caller said, well, you're paying $12 million a year to Josh Palmer. No, you're not. It's like $7 million, which is exactly what I thought that would be. When that first contract came out, it was like, oh my God, what a gross overpayment. I was like, nah. And for whatever reason, the Palmer numbers took like a week and a half to come out. You got Hoyt's day of, you got everyone's, you're like, okay, well, that looked like a big contract, but it really wasn't. And I kind of always knew that was going to be the case with Palmer all along. But to me, my question is...
Yeah, this year Palmer's cap, it's $4.3 million.
Right. And to me, is Palmer your Cooper replacement, or is he your Mac Hollins replacement? And that's where I think Keon Coleman, they need to give Keon Coleman an opportunity to dictate that answer.
Sure. I don't think, though, he has the... This is my opinion on Coleman as a player. I don't think he has the ability to be a Cooper replacement. And not even... I think he has the ability to be a Cooper replacement for what Cooper ended up being. But what about what they wanted out of Cooper? They didn't get everything they wanted out of him. Because when you traded for Amari Cooper, you probably still thought you were getting someone that was going to get open on a regular basis. And instead, all of his big plays were contested catch plays.
Yep. Which was kind of what Coleman was supposed to provide.
Me, yeah, right, contested catch.
Yeah.
The guy that's going to beat man coverage and get open, like they probably thought Cooper was going to be, that's Palmer. And to me, Hollins leaving as the bigger body blocking receiver, plays a lot of snaps, right? He made a lot of contested catches too. He did one in the AFC Championship. That's Coleman. Those roles should fit. Is what you had out of Cooper is going to be Palmer, and what Hollins gave you, you want Coleman to give you. But I still feel like I have a spot for the speed guy.
I don't disagree with that. But then again, you're at 5 receivers, though.
After I get the speed guy, or I'm already at 5?
You're already at 5.
Am I at 5 already? Palmer, Coleman, Shakir, Curtis Samuel. Who's 5? 5 was supposed to be Hollins.
So is there only 4 right now?
There's 4, unless you got Tyrell Shavers as your 5th. There's a spot. There's a spot for one more guy. And
you're right.
Listen, Shavers could just end up being that guy. 5th receiver on the depth chart, you don't have to focus too much on it. It's whether you want somebody to come in over top and push some Samuel down to the 5th guy or whoever.
Yep.
803-0550 is the phone number. We'll talk some hockey with Paul coming up at 8 o'clock. The college basketball tournament continues. Off today, off for a few days. I think Thursday at 7 o'clock is the next game between Alabama and BYU. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy off this week. This is WGR. the GOAT. He's in the number one chair, right? Now because Nance is gone. That is him?
That's correct.
I've been able to tell which games are the number one chair. But he'll get the national championship.
Yep.
So.
He's great.
Hey,
amazing.
Join us in the fight against cancer by riding with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team. I'll be a part of that too, Saturday, June 28th. Once you join our team, you receive an email, pick up your team t-shirt and water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. You can still support this cause if you're not a rider by donating to our team, and you can help us reach our goal. Visit WGR550.com for details. Are you buying the Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh smoke?
I think I am, yeah. I think it makes, out of his options, the most sense.
He wanted Minnesota, but he's not getting
Minnesota. They didn't want him.
No, which, that makes sense.
That makes a ton of sense.
On some level.
Now they're talking about maybe Tannehill as their backup plan.
You like Pittsburgh more than New York, if you were Rodgers?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. I think
I could make a case for New York. New York has... The case for New York is they have Malik Neighbors.
That's true. The case for the Steelers is... They're continually a 9 to 11 win football team.
Yep.
And they just got DK Metcalf. And I think that you like the opportunity of Pickens, Metcalf, Freiermuth, and a defense that is going to give you a chance every week. I could absolutely see it going exactly like it did in New York, though, where you constantly talk about this team that just is an average quarterback away, still get average quarterback play, or even at times above average quarterback play, and it still not matter because of everything else that comes along with Aaron Rodgers, which is the distraction and the combativeness and the me thing. And I would say if I looked at that locker room, maybe that locker room could handle a me guy. Like the Jets locker room could not handle that. And it was never going to be able to handle that.
No.
Saleh wasn't strong enough. Douglas wasn't strong enough. And they didn't have a strong enough veteran leadership in that locker room to be able to withstand the pressure and the distraction that Aaron Rodgers brings when he comes.
Well, the Steelers are kind of well practiced at this, aren't they?
Seemingly, yes.
They've always had guys like this.
Kind of.
Le'Veon Bell, Antonio Brown, Pickens is a minefield trying to figure out what's going on with him.
Metcalf is. I mean, it's kind of a perfect fit for Metcalf.
There's no way Metcalf and Pickens are going to play together, right?
Maybe Pickens is that draft day trade you're talking about.
Pickens? Yeah, that could be. Time out here. Paul Hamilton on the other side. We'll talk more about the Steelers. Christopher Carter, Locked On Steelers, will join us at 9 o'clock. Do some quarterback carousel stuff. But next, Paul on the Sabres Midwest road trip, which featured 2 pretty bad losses,
stinkers, yeah.
And then a win where the goalie was unbelievable. That when we come back with Paul here in WGR.
Sabres split their weekend series, losing to Minnesota on Saturday 4-1, but yesterday they emerged victorious over the Winnipeg Jets by a score of 5-3.
Nemestikov centered it for all. What a pass saved by James Reimer. This guy's got a motor that's not going to stop in the net for the Sabres here this afternoon.
Goaltender James Reimer earned the first star of the game by making 33 saves on 36 shots. Goals were scored by Rasmus Dahlin, JJ Peterka, Alex Tuch, and Tyson Kozak, and Ryan McLeod added an empty netter towards the end of the game. Sabres are back in action at home tomorrow when they'll host Dylan Cousins and the Ottawa Senators for a 7 o'clock faceoff. Some quarterback signings and rumors in the NFL from over the weekend. Former first overall pick of the 2015 NFL Draft, Jameis Winston, signs a 2-year, $8 million deal with the New York Giants. He played 12 games last year with the Cleveland Browns, throwing for just over 2,000 yards, 13 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions. Despite the fact that he signed with the Giants, Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reported yesterday that the Giants still have Russell Wilson on their radar. Florio also reported overnight last night that the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers are nearing an agreement, saying it's a safe bet that Rodgers will be a Steeler for this season. In other quarterback news, Fox's Jordan Schultz reported that the Minnesota Vikings have had discussions with free agent Ryan Tannehill. Tannehill had not signed with an NFL team last season after his contract with the Titans expired at the end of the 2023 season. In his last season, the 36-year-old played in 10 games and threw for 1,800 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions. March Madness continued over the weekend with the round of 32 wrapping up last night. A big upset on Saturday saw number 10 Arkansas take down number 2 St. John's 75-66. Number 6 BYU also did some bracket busting on Sunday, taking down number 3 Wisconsin 91-89. Another upset yesterday as well, as number 6 Ole Miss beats number 3 Iowa State 91-78. Sweet 16 gets underway later this week on Thursday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of business. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
A couple of games over the weekend, a win and a loss on their road trip. They now return home. We'll talk about it now with Paul Hamilton, who joins me and Nate on the Wester Hotline. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off this week. And sorry, Paul, that Iowa State had their run come to an end there a little bit early.
Well, they couldn't shoot, and Ole Miss just shut the lights out of the thing. So when the way they shot, you probably aren't going to win. But, yeah, They didn't show up, so when you don't show up, you don't win.
Once they're out, are you checked out of the tournament at all? There isn't totally. Even like a Cinderella story really to get behind.
Yeah, no, I'm not a big basketball person other than watching Iowa State. So
all right,
I'll check my numbers, but other than that,
yeah,
I won't be watching too much of it.
So a couple of games over the weekend, Paul. They win last night. And if we even combine the two, how do you feel like they played overall? Because even yesterday, Reimer felt like was a huge reason why they won. Winnipeg definitely had their chances.
Well, they can be proud of that win for a couple of reasons. I mean, Buffalo played in Minnesota on Saturday afternoon. The Jets hadn't played since Thursday, so they were basically just sitting there waiting. It was 3 games in 4. And it's Winnipeg. I mean, Winnipeg came in 25-5-4 at home. They hadn't lost in regulation at home since January 18th, going 7-0-1. So you had a lot of factors going against you. And, of course, I mean, they're not going to win if James Reimer doesn't stand on his head. But, they kind of just hung in there. They were very opportunistic. Now, it was good for them that Comrie was in goal for Winnipeg, because he looked like he did when he was with the Buffalo Sabres. And, had Hellebuyck been in goal, probably would have been a whole different story. But, all these factors, and they were very opportunistic. Where you look at the last game against Minnesota, they weren't. I mean, before Minnesota scored 3 goals in the second period on them, Buffalo had all sorts of golden opportunities, and probably could have been ahead 3-0 in the first period themselves when they played a really good game. They were really good in the first period in that game, and they just couldn't push the puck in the net on some great opportunities where when they got an opportunity to score in this game, they did. And, it just helped them to kind of fuel them and keep going. But certainly James Reimer was the story of that game for them in net.
Right. It wasn't like they were getting lucky, Paul, on their goals. None of them were like goes off a guy's leg accidentally into the net. Like a lot of them were skilled goals, nice shots. Kozak going to the net, cool moment for him too, right? Because he had a lot of family in the crowd.
Yeah, Kozak going to the net, but it's a huge rebound that Comrie leaves. The first one on Peterka, he comes through. It was a great shot, but Comrie's not screened. It goes right over his glove. He's got to have that. And on Dahlin's goal, he overplays it. So he leaves a lot of the far side open by overplaying the goal. And, that was the thing. It was like, but goals like that, and even the breakaway by Tuck, it's a great shot, and Tuck's pretty good on breakaways, but still, if you're the Jets, you're hoping your goaltender gives you a big save there. On the breakaway, and they didn't get it. So, but, they earned their goals, definitely. You love the Kozak goal because, first of all, he wins the face-off, and then he and Malenstein go to the net. And they're there when the big rebound comes. And, you have to be opportunistic that way, and they were very opportunistic in that game.
Paul, Ryan McLeod yesterday, 4 points. I think if you're talking about a story with how well Reimer played, I think the other guy you talk about in this game is the 4 points from McLeod, who's kind of in the midst of his career season in terms of offense, and obviously in a contract year. So, how do you, from how he's played this year, how quickly he's fit in, and I think has provided something that this team was looking for this offseason, if you just look at any of the players they signed with speed, but a great two-way game, and he's elevated, he's maybe on pace for 20 goals here, Paul. So, as you head into this offseason, how do you weigh, Ryan McLeod's future, considering this is his best year ever and it's a different situation, and maybe try to figure out what that extension looks like?
Exactly, and for him, they got him because he's a good two-way player, which he is. He's come as advertised, and they felt when they acquired him that there was an offensive upside to him, and we have seen that also. Not only, has he done well defensively, he's done well offensively. He can win you the draws that Buffalo couldn't win before. And, he's been making big plays offensively at big times. Look at the assist on the Tuck goal where, first of all, you see desperation from Connor Clifton just diving to get the puck out of the zone. As he dives to push it forward, he pushes it forward to McLeod, and McLeod immediately knows Alex Tuck is gone, and he puts a perfect pass right on his stick to send him in for the shorthanded goal. And even the empty netter, it's a backhand from right in front of Reimer. It's the full length of the ice, and he puts it into the empty net to get his goal for the game for a goal and 3 assists. So, and you've also seen him get assists this year just by winning the draw, and he winds up getting an assist because of that. So a lot of his goals, probably, if he isn't as fast as he is, he probably doesn't get the opportunity to get in on net. His shorthanded goal the game before, where he just took off and turned down the Jets and then makes a nice move to get the goal. But a lot of players in the league wouldn't even have had the opportunity to get the goal because they don't have the speed he has where he can pull away from the defense. And we've seen that too. So he's an important part, I think, of what they're trying to build here. And, they gave up Savoy, and, you would have thought Savoy was headed for the Hall of Fame next week by a lot of the comments I was getting. And it's like, well, you know what? Buffalo has so many young players. They can't get them all up here. They all can't make the roster. You can use them as currency like that. And McLeod is the type of player they needed and didn't have So why wouldn't you use a player like Savoy or somebody to get that type of player? And Savoy may turn into a great NHL player. He may turn into nothing. But at least you know what you're getting with McLeod. And I said it then, and I'll keep saying it. I thought it was a good move by the Sabres because it was the type of player that they needed.
Yep, and the age they needed too, right? Like they wanted someone to be in the lineup right away. And on your point, Paul, about like the style of player, I mean, I'm watching more reading about, watching highlights about like what's happening in Rochester. And here's Noah Ostlund now, right? Hat trick the other night, scored again yesterday, and he's kind of, same trajectory, same age, the same draft, right, as Savoy. And Kulik's already here and performing, and Benson's already here and performing.
Hellenius.
So Hellenius too, right, is on his way. So it's like, okay, I wish I had Savoy back. I've got 4 other guys that I'm going to have to make spots for and kind of all play a similar type of role. Like the thing about McLeod that kind of fits, Paul, is like different than maybe what they had even a couple years ago. They haven't had a center that has been this good defensively. Penalty kill, the speed that he has for that, in a while. Like I can't remember the last time they've had somebody defensively that is this good. I know the offense is kind of the headlines, but his defense is why they got him.
Yeah, and ideally, what I think you're trying, if I'm the general manager of the Sabres, what I'm trying to do is get a line of him, Greenway, and Zucker together that basically stays together throughout the season. You have enough good players that you don't have to keep popping them into your top 6 or that type of thing. It's like, all right, this is the line, because I think that's the best line for McLeod is when he's with those 3. I think it's the best line for all 3 of them. Mm-hmm. They started the year together, and when they're together, I think it's a really good line because they can provide you some offense. They definitely can provide you some good defense, and they can just do a lot of good things for that type of a line. I think if McLeod's your number 3 center, I think you're in really good shape, and I think that's what they have to ascend to is, making him the number 3 center behind whoever it might be, whether it's Norris, whether it's Thompson, whether it's Kulik, whether it's a guy not even on the team. But I think that's if my ideal thought would be to have those 3 together on a regular basis.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. From a positive story maybe to more of a negative one, Paul, like you couldn't have thought things could get worse this season for Jack Quinn, and then were we throwing on top of it now that he was scratched because of a disciplinary reason, missing a meeting?
Yeah, he missed the morning meeting, and that got him out of the lineup. I mean, Brian and I the whole afternoon were talking about, well, it's about time that he just hasn't been playing well at all. He doesn't want to shoot the puck, and it's been his time to be out of the lineup for a while. So we thought, he was benched, and then Lindy Ruff in his press conference afterwards said no, he wasn't benched. He was going to play, but he missed the morning meeting. And he goes, that's inexcusable. So Lindy Ruff was pretty ticked off about that, and then put him back in for the next game.
When he was out, was it interesting to you at all that how they operated at center when on Saturday against Minnesota? Was it Greenway they had playing center a little bit, and Thompson just staying on the wing? This is really a Thompson question, Paul, I want to get to, because McLeod has moved up the lineup and has performed well, I would say, when asked to do it. He's played over 20 minutes 5 games in a row. But with Kulik out, there's just never really been, let's put Thompson back down the middle. Like, can you remember, was the last time he played there in the fall? Like, I'm just over here wondering, I guess, what his role will be going forward, and if maybe there is a future where he is a winger because he can do both, and now that McLeod's here and Kulik's developed, that they just might not have the need for him to play center long term that maybe we thought they once did.
He played center in both the last 2 games at times.
Okay.
I mean, the reason it was more about Greenway than it was about Thompson. I mean, Lindy, I think, is in a little bit of experiment mode right now. He's given Byram a chance to play with different guys on defense. Mm-hmm. To see how that works. I mean, we know Darlene and Byram work together, but he's moved that around. And he even said he wanted to see Greenway at center, and so did Granato. Granato gave that a whirl too. So they just wanted to see that, and he actually moved Greenway back to the wing before that game was over. I guess he didn't really like what he saw, but so it's more of like, let's see what this looks like. But Thompson has played center. I want to say maybe even the last more than 2 games at different points during the game, because Lindy's been shuffling the lines because they were losing. And when they lose, he tends to shuffle lines. So there have been times that Thompson has been back at center and Tuck has been back on his right wing. It was Thompson, Benson, and Tuck for a while yesterday. They played together again. So it's been a somewhat of a shuffle, and I think right now what you're seeing is let's see what things look like, because he knows Thompson can play wing, he can play center, and he just wants to see what things look like.
And that's at least until Josh Norris comes back, which here's Ottawa tomorrow, and Cousins has played well for the Senators, and I liked Norris in spots in the couple games he played, but I guess we're Lindy said maybe this week for Norris.
Yeah, I mean, it might be against Ottawa, because it's like, well, he hasn't been in any practices, but he's been at times skating on his own, and I think so. He wouldn't rule out just throwing him into the lineup. He's done it before. He did it with Zucker. He basically put him right back in without practice. So I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, they don't practice today. They got 4 games in 6, so they just got back from Winnipeg. And, again, the Ottawa Senators are sitting around waiting for him. They haven't played in a while. And Buffalo's going to play 4 and 6, and coming back from Winnipeg, they got to play right away on Tuesday. So we'll see in the morning skate on Tuesday if he's out there, and, if he's got an opportunity to maybe play.
Paul Hamilton on the Wester Hotline. Finally, Paul, meaningful at all to you that Pegula was on the trip out on a couple of road games, Minnesota and Utah? I know everyone's asking about the GM and whether this could be it for him or whether he's going to go another year. And I don't know if the owner being there has to mean anything, but I wonder if it could.
With him, nothing. I don't look at anything he does. He does his own thing. I mean, you would think if you're going to fly into Montreal to talk to the team that you'd stay for the game.
Right.
He didn't. He just came in and talked to him and left. That kind of left me scratching my head. So you just never know. And just like you would think, okay, if they let him make the Norris for Cousins trade, he's here.
Right.
He's not.
That's kind of what
fired.
I thought, Paul. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't let your GM trade a core piece, regardless of what you think of Cousins. He's a core piece, and if you're letting him trade a core piece, that means you're comfortable with him moving forward. I mean, that had been my thought process all along.
But this is Terry Pegula.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I don't know, and I mean, look at they look before Bottrell was fired. It's
right.
like, we know things that you don't, and they gave him
a vote of confidence.
He's staying.
Yeah.
And this is the off season, and less than a month later, he's gone because that was the last time Terry Pegula was interviewed by the hockey media, and he said, "Well, we didn't feel we were being heard." Okay, I've never heard that as a reason for firing somebody. So I don't look into anything Terry Pegula does. He does his own thing. You never know when he's going to be around. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. The common sense would say, well, if he let him make this trade, he's going to give him a 6th year. I don't know why, but he's going to give him a 6th year because most GMs, after 5 years, if they have their team in last place in the Eastern Conference and 3rd or 4th last place in the league, they don't get a 6th year. They don't even get a 5th year. But
usually don't get 6 lottery looks, Paul, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
6 lottery looks.
So I don't know. He could just get to the end of the season and say, well, no, this isn't working out. Or, I haven't made a decision yet. I don't know. But, you let him make this trade, but you haven't made a decision yet, or I don't know. I again, with him, I just don't look into anything.
Paul Hamilton on the West Her Hotline. Thank you, Paul, and we'll chat tomorrow ahead of Sabres and Senators.
Sounds good. Take care, guys.
Paul Hamilton on the West Her Hotline. Sabres playing Ottawa tomorrow. Dylan Cousins back in town, and we just talked about it a little bit. Norris hasn't played. Would be nice to see him on the ice, right? I mean, Ottawa's got to be feeling pretty good. You know, their fans, some of their fans have been a little annoying on social media, taking victory laps after 6 games. But ask yourself why they're doing that. One, they're in the euphoria of about to make the playoffs for the first time in 8 years. You know, to us that sounds like nothing, but it's still 8 years, 7 years. And Cousins has been good, while Norris has been hurt, which is probably the reason they traded him, because he couldn't stay healthy. So that is my, nervousness with Norris going forward, because otherwise I like the player a lot. But injuries were a concern, and he's missed a week. So we'll see if he's able to get back by tomorrow. We expect to talk to Lindy Ruff tomorrow, confirm that, and let you know what we get then. Some quarterback carousel stuff. Want to do some quarterback carousel stuff when we come back?
Yes.
Winston to the Giants.
Yes.
He's going to start week 1?
Yeah.
You lean yes on that?
Yeah.
Let's go through some of the teams that could really be up in the air for still. I count 4 at least where your guess is as good as mine at who's their opening day starter. And for it being March 24th, I think 4 is pretty healthy number, with there not being that many quarterback prospects in the draft. 1 month, by the way, till the NFL draft.
Exactly 1 month.
Exactly 1 month. We will be at Resurgence, Jeremy and Joe's draft party, year 2. Hopefully they make a pick this year. They did not make a pick last year for a draft party.
I would like for them to make a pick this year.
They traded with the Chiefs. What would have to happen this year to get the same reaction as last year?
Draft the tight end.
That would do it.
Yeah.
Yep. If they drafted a running back, I bet that would do it. There was a mock draft last week from Charles McDonald that I wondered if it would do it. I think it would be more debatable, though. Charles McDonald had the Bills taking Nick Emenwari, and then the next pick, the Chiefs taking Matthew Golden. So 2 years in a row, the Chiefs draft a speed receiver right after the Bills were slated to be up. So that could do it. You're probably right. Tight end, running back, though, would be the ones. 803-0550 is the phone number. We got Christopher Carter coming up at 9 on the Steelers and their pursuit of Aaron Rodgers, who was in the building this weekend, but hasn't signed yet. It's Jeremy and Joe. Nate is in this week. This is WGR.
to give him the glory. It's a beautiful day.
That's the new quarterback of the New York Football Giants. We think. Josh even had in the update, they're still open to Russell Wilson. Okay, they're probably still open to Rodgers too, right? Winston is probably just break glass in case of emergency. We can't be left out without a guy, right? Tommy DeVito was the only one on the roster.
Right.
Winston's there.
If your quarterbacks for the Giants next year are Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston,
that's tough. I'd start Winston, by the way.
I would too.
Listen, just, you know what? Have fun with it. Play him for the year, score 1 million points, turn the ball over a bunch, watch Malik Neighbors win my fantasy league with 2,200 yards because he will break records if Winston's his quarterback.
I think, though, the thing with the thing that makes the Giants so interesting, a part of this conversation, is the position that the coach and GM find themselves in.
Because this is it.
This is it.
They got to win.
It's why I continue to believe that they are going to have an all-out assault, all full court press on the Tennessee Titans to convince them to get in front of them to get Cam Ward
at number 1. And that probably isn't just right, like you're saying. That's not even just maybe the future. It's who gives us the best chance to win in 2025. Mm-hmm. And if you're the Giants right now, if Rodgers doesn't choose you, which sounds like he's not, then you're picking between Winston, Russell Wilson, the field, and Cam Ward. But I could very easily convince myself that Cam Ward, even as a rookie, would be your best shot.
But how about this, though? What's your likeliest route to self-preservation if you're Joe Shane and Brian Dable?
Cam Ward.
Having a rookie.
Right.
And saying, hey, we ended 7-10, and we were competing until the end. We lost a lot of one-score games. Mm-hmm. We got a rookie quarterback who's ascending.
I wonder if that's enough. 7 wins and the rookie even is ascending. They could still move on.
That's your bet. If you're 7-10 with Jameis Winston,
you don't have a shot.
You're not getting to weeks. You're not getting week 15. You're fired.
Right. So they're going to want to go all out for Cam Ward.
Cam Ward is your best path to self-preservation.
Let's play a little QB carousel. So the teams that still need a quarterback, I count 4 that we don't really know. If you've got another one, feel free to throw it in. But to me, there are 4. Pittsburgh, New York, Cleveland, and Tennessee. We do not know who their week 1 starter is. Tennessee, you just mentioned, like the Giants are probably going to want to go all out to trade up to 1 to draft Cam Ward themselves. Do we think Tennessee just does it, though? And they just say, hey, we only have Will Levis. They have not made a quarterback move that I've seen. Mason Rudolph actually left. So there's a hole. There's an opening. What would you do if you were them? Would you move down? Take a boatload of picks from a desperate Giants team?
Yeah, I don't know why. If you're Tennessee...
Or you just take them?
Well, if you're Tennessee and you're not enamored with Cam Ward, if you're not like, man... If there's a question, I think you trade back. Don't take your opportunity right now. Because of where that team is, let's be honest, I think their coach is also probably a lame duck.
Callahan?
I think Callahan's a lame duck.
Same thing with him, though. He's more likely to stick, probably even than Dable, if he's got a rookie.
But the GM's going to be there regardless of the head coach. GM's going to get another opportunity because he didn't hire the coach.
Because Callahan hasn't had a shot to have his own guy yet, right? Levis wasn't his. He inherited Levis.
Yeah.
So if he goes another year without a guy, would they fire him, I guess, before he ever gets his own guy? Maybe they would.
Perhaps.
The Bills fired Rex Ryan before he ever got his own guy. I mean, they chose not to for 2 years and just went with Tyrod. So that would be a weird one. So right now, if you had to bet week 1 starter for Tennessee.
If I had to bet week 1 starter for Tennessee.
Who's the favorite right now?
I think Will Levis.
Will Levis is the favorite? Yikes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fun.
He's the worst quarterback in the league, yeah.
I think I'd say Cam Ward. I think Ward's the most likely. That they just sit there and take him.
I think they will sit there and take him. And I think it probably is the right move for them. But if Shane makes it impossible for you to stand pat, what is that? Is that what are the Giants 2? Giants 3?
Giants are 3.
3,
Make sure I have
a
it up,
second
just
this
make sure.
year, a first next year, and a second next year too? Would you do it? 2 firsts, 2 seconds to move up 2 spots, to move back 2 spots, and probably get Abdul Carter?
Either Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter at number 3.
And run it back next year. You've got 2 first-round picks that'll probably be top 10.
Yeah, maybe I could be talked out of it. Yeah, it goes Tennessee, Cleveland, New York.
And with Will Levis, you will have another chance to run back the number 1 overall pick.
Really, what you do if you're Tennessee,
and you try to go for Arch Manning.
You get the Giants desperate. You get that offer from them, and then you call Cleveland and say, "Hey, you got to match this, or else they're jumping you and taking the quarterback. You're desperate too. I'd rather pick at 2 than at 3 because then I get my pick between Carter and Hunter."
Yep.
Cleveland is the next team here. They probably want Cam Ward. They have Russell Wilson in for a visit, right? So who's their favorite to start week 1? I might say Russell Wilson. I don't think they get Cam Ward. They could move up. Either Tennessee just takes him, or maybe the Giants leapfrog them. Like, there's a couple of different outcomes where they don't get him.
Yeah.
That's if they want him in the first place, which I think they probably do. So, Wilson. Right? Wilson, it can't be Watson.
Torn
Achilles.
I don't think he's playing.
I don't think they want him to play in the first place.
Even if he could, they don't want him. But I don't think he can play this year. I think he's probably an injury. I think he's IR our whole season.
So it's basically Wilson, Ward, or Pickett. Forgot Kenny Pickett's there now.
He's where?
They traded him to Cleveland.
That's right.
Could Kenny Pickett be the week 1 starter of the Cleveland Browns?
Please.
All right, I'd make Wilson the favorite of the 3
in Tennessee.
No, in Cleveland.
In Cleveland, okay.
I think Ward in Tennessee.
I could also see a scenario where, Wilson ends up going to New York, and they look at it and say, "Time to turn our attention back to Atlanta." And what do we got to do to get Kirk Cousins here?
Cousins, it's such a weird situation.
From literally the time he put ink to paper.
Yeah. It feels like Atlanta got him to sign a big contract. Like, not, they didn't screw him over. They gave him a huge deal. And then the moment after, they held him hostage.
Yes.
The story of why Cousins wanted to not stay in Minnesota was Minnesota told him, "We're going to draft a first-round quarterback." So what does Cousins want to do? Let me go to a place that I don't have a rookie looking over my shoulder. And then Atlanta completely sideswipes him and takes a quarterback. And now that quarterback is the starter, and Cousins is a backup. And Cousins, this was the story from a couple weeks ago, meets with the owner, asks to meet with the owner, and says, "I'd like to be traded somewhere where I could start." And the owner's response is the same as what the GM's response is, which is, "We're going to do what's best for us."
Yeah.
Which is basically to say to Cousins, "No, you don't get that. You're going to be our backup. We want you to be our backup quarterback, so you're going to be our backup quarterback." I mean, I don't know if there's a team that would want him to start anyway, but don't you think there would be? Look how desperate some of these teams are.
Yeah.
They're campaigning for Rodgers and Wilson, and why is Cousins any different than that? He also came off a torn Achilles. He did not look good at the beginning of last year. He looked immobile. But I mean, these teams are convincing themselves of broken quarterbacks. They could convince themselves of Cousins. But Atlanta won't let him out.
They absolutely can convince themselves of Cousins. It's just going to be whether or not Atlanta wants to move on. I just think the way Atlanta has treated the situation with Kirk Cousins from start to finish, I think, has been pretty unfair to Cousins.
That's how it seems. How it reads, at least.
And they surprised everybody by taking Penix.
Including Cousins.
Yeah. Right. And I think there was a better way to go about what they did.
Yep. So then we would have Steelers.
Cousins doesn't sign there if he knows they're taking a quarterback in the draft.
No, not at all.
He doesn't sign there.
So then we'd have Rodgers on the Steelers?
Rodgers, Steelers. Yeah, I think that's...
If it's not Rodgers, whose is it? If he decides, you know what, I'm gonna stay in New York, I'm gonna pick the Giants.
They don't.
Pittsburgh's
have
where?
Option. They don't have another option.
They might be of the 4. Do I want to say this? Would they be the most desperate of the 4? If their plan A doesn't work?
Yes, but then where does Rodgers go? That's why to me it's a foregone conclusion. I think he's going to Pittsburgh.
He could go to the Giants.
He could, but
if he does that, they're at Rudolph, who's there, which just feels. How would you have any hope?
You'd have to bring Wilson
fan?
back. You'd have to bring Wilson back.
Or
after basically saying you don't want him and doing everything else to try to get anyone else, and then going, all right, well, I guess we're going with you again, Russ.
There's been a lot of buzz that Tomlin loves Jalen Milroe, the Alabama quarterback. They had dinner.
Luckily,
there was a blurb a couple weeks before that about it.
We are on camera, so people were able to see that eye roll.
Yes,
that I just gave you.
Yeah, some people were.
That was a hard.
The people driving still are
eye roll.
not. The people driving to work still couldn't see the eye roll, but right. Wait, it's that much worse of an idea than Mason Rudolph if they don't get him? To me, if I were Pittsburgh, I'd rather do that. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think he's a great prospect. He is super athletic, though. You're telling me that's that much worse of an idea than Rodgers, if you're them, or Mason Rudolph or Russell Wilson? Listen, there's two things that could happen. Milroe, he's such a good athlete that, hey, maybe it works. Maybe it works. Maybe you catch lightning in a bottle, and bam, that quarterback you've been searching for forever is going to finally dig you out of the muck of being just 8-9 wins every year. Or, and this might be the more likely outcome, Milroe is so bad, so unable to throw in the NFL, that it all blows up, and then you're terrible, and hey, Pittsburgh, you finally are picking before the 18th pick of the NFL draft, which is really what they need to pick a quarterback.
If they're bad, that is going to blow up. They have so many combustible pieces. If Rodgers is there...
Well, if they're bad and Rodgers is the quarterback, then it's get me a camera in that locker room.
Oh, that needs
Holy
to be
cow.
mid-season Hard Knocks again.
Fight Club. Pickens and Metcalf and Rodgers would be unbelievable if it's blowing up in their face. I don't think Pickens will be there, though.
I think he will.
Well, you know what? I'll ask. We're going to have Christopher Carter on Locked On. I'll save this for 20 minutes. I'll ask him. Because I've been thinking that Pickens will get traded, but maybe not. 8030550 is the phone number. I didn't leave out a team, right? Those are the four teams that we don't know. Minnesota's going to be McCarthy.
Yep.
We know the Raiders now.
How do you feel about McCarthy being kind of the only answer they have?
If I'm them, I don't. If I'm a Vikings fan, I don't necessarily love how this is shaken up.
No.
I feel like I have a roster that's capable of winning the Super Bowl, and I have got a quarterback coming off a major injury that he had a setback with last year that was a questionable prospect in the first place.
That's right.
He was hidden in college, right?
Yeah.
They hid him at Michigan. So what am I going to do with him? I mean, I guess I'm going to hide him in Minnesota, right? I'm going to run the ball, and I'm not going to ask him to do too much.
You've got insane weapons on that offense, though.
It's
Just
true.
insane weapons on that offense.
And you know what? Like, even though I don't like McCarthy as a prospect, I will cede to Kevin O'Connell because that dude might be able to get any quarterback.
I would agree with that.
Like, that's the coach. If it's going to work for McCarthy, that's the coach.
I might be the only place that it works for McCarthy.
The Raiders, we know the quarterback. The Jets is going to be Fields. We know
Jets
Carolina.
Fields, yep.
New Orleans is sticking with Carr.
Are you surprised?
Yeah, I think we know everybody.
Carolina hasn't opted to bring in another. Well, I mean, they have Andy Dalton. I guess he's their veteran.
Yeah, it's just going to be Dalton. Anyways, timeout here. Christopher Carter coming up at 9. We'll ask him about the Pittsburgh situation. Get back to our Bills draft conversation as well. What's the position you can live without them taking with the first 3 picks? They have a first, 2 seconds, then they wait till day 3. What can you live without them taking? More of your calls when we come back here on WGR. 5 or 6 right now wins a 4-pack of tickets to the Buffalo Bison's opening day game on Friday. This Friday, March 28th.
Friday this week?
This week, 2:05 first pitch against the Rochester Red Wings. Visit bisons.com for tickets. 716-221-4WGR, by the way, is the line. Yeah, is it, how cold is it going to be on Friday? Let's see.
I think 40s I saw, maybe 50s. I would say pretty standard. Wow, it's almost April.
47. 47. Not bad.
A hoodie, jeans.
47 is like what you're wearing now. Hoodie and a vest.
And a hat. Winter hat. Good to go. Afternoon? Yeah, good to go.
I'm not going winter hat for anything over 35 degrees.
Oh, okay.
I don't like winter hats, though.
I'm not a big winter hat guy either, but I think that'd be the time I would wear
Look,
it.
if you think your hat hair is bad after wearing a baseball cap for a couple of hours, a winter hat, good night.
Yeah,
you got zero chance of doing anything after that. Bison's, by the way, doing reverse retro this year. So they're going to have their old sliding Bison logo, but with the red, white, and blue. It's kind of cool. Baseball. I have one rooting interest in baseball this year, and it's a weird one.
What is it?
I have, for some reason, me and a couple of friends have gone in on a pretty significant, almost call it an investment.
Okay.
In the Colorado Rockies winning less than 58.5 games this year.
Oh, so you guys went on a group.
Kinda, yeah. So we're going to root against the Rockies all year.
Okay.
Think of it, though.
I guess if you need a rooting interest in baseball, it would be to root against a team.
I mean, we do. Sammy P, who's on with Chopin the Bulldog on Fridays, that was his baseball bet of the year, listening a couple weeks ago. So we're texting about it, and this is a bet, though, if you think about it, because they have the second lowest over-under in the league.
Yep.
58.5 wins. Guys, we're going to feel great every morning. They play every day.
They do play every day.
They're going to lose 3 out of 4. 4 times a week, we're going to feel great. We're going to feel like we won something. So
what are the odds on that, by the way?
You're going to feel like a winner all year, even if, we lose by a couple.
I kind of feel like taking the over just to make it conversation.
But see, that's not going to be fun because they're going to win once every other week. You're not going to get the enjoyment out of it that I'm going to get out of it.
I can't believe that you'll have any enjoyment out of it. I think you'll forget about it after 2 weeks.
You think?
And then
I think I will. I think I'll be watching the Rockies and I'll see they lose 12-1. Let's
periodically
go.
you'll be on a Sunday afternoon with your feet up watching USFL football and be that's right, and you'll be flip over and be the Yankees are on. Oh, that's right, that Rockies bet. What's their record? You aren't going to look at it like it's the stock market. Yeah, you're not going to be we're down 20% today.
I think I might not know their record, but I'm going to know how many wins they're at. I'm going to know the number of wins. You're right. I might have to look to see how what my odds are. I'm going to know the win number. I'm definitely not going to watch their games.
No, you're not.
No, I'm definitely not. I'm not throwing yes on to watch them play the Yankees even. That's not happening. And if it's a tie game in the 9th inning, then maybe I'll get to it. If it's on TV already, I'm doing nothing and it's tied in the 9th.
I think you need to splice in some live bets into this.
Maybe. Christopher Carter locked on Steelers when we come back. Are they really going to sign Rodgers? I mean, crawl into the mind of Aaron Rodgers. Good luck. We'll try with Carter when we come back here on WGR.
Split their weekend series, losing to the Minnesota Wild on Saturday 4-1, but then yesterday winning over the Winnipeg Jets by a score of 5-3. Goaltender James Reimer earned the first star of the game, making 33 saves on 36 shots. Goals were scored by JJ Peterka, Rasmus Dahlin, Tyson Kozak, Alex Tuch, and Ryan McLeod added the empty netter. Sabres back in action at home tomorrow, where they'll host Dylan Cousins and the Ottawa Senators for a 7 o'clock face-off. Some quarterback signings and rumors in the NFL from over the weekend. Former first overall pick in the 2015 NFL Draft, Jameis Winston signed a 2-year, $8 million deal with the New York Giants. Winston played in 12 games this past season for the Cleveland Browns, throwing just over 2,000 yards, 13 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions. Despite the fact that Winston signed with the Giants, Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reported yesterday that the Giants still have Russell Wilson on their radar. Florio also reported overnight that the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers are nearing an agreement, saying it's a safe bet that Rodgers will be a Steeler for this season. In other quarterback news, Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports reported that the Minnesota Vikings have had discussions with free agent Ryan Tannehill. Tannehill had not signed with an NFL team last season after his contract with the Tennessee Titans expired at the end of the 2023 season. In his last season with the Titans, the 36-year-old played in 10 games and threw for just around 1,800 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions. March Madness continued over the weekend with the round of 32 wrapping up last night. Big upsets this weekend, seeing number 10 Arkansas take down number 2 St. John's 75-66. Number 6 BYU also did some bracket busting on Saturday, taking down number 3 Wisconsin 91-89. Another upset yesterday as well, as Ole Miss number 6 takes down number 3 Iowa State 91-78. The Sweet 16 gets going later this week on Thursday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of business. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Called you and were like, we need you to follow him into the darkness for a couple days. He says if you come down there with him, he's signing. Are you going to be off the grid for a little bit, go to the darkness and try to get this guy?
I ain't doing that or darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. If you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. You know, Pittsburgh Steelers. If you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
Cameron Hayward. Love that. What was the name of the podcast again, Josh? Not Just Football podcast. Yeah, he'd be like Mr. Pittsburgh Steeler right now for that. Rodgers, is he going to go to Pittsburgh? We had some rumors and reports over the weekend that he was there and left without a deal. Let's get more on what's going to go on in Pittsburgh with Christopher Carter, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, and Locked On Steelers. Thank you, Christopher, for joining us. I promise if Rodgers signs in the next 15 minutes, we'll let you go.
Ha! Yeah, thanks, guys.
You never know, though, right? Like, we're not anticipating it happening soon because this is Aaron Rodgers we're talking about. And I don't know, like, even in the update there. So Josh says there's the one report that safe bet that he is going to be in Pittsburgh. Is anything, though, feel like a safe bet when it comes to Aaron Rodgers?
It's hard to say that anything's a safe bet because he's a wild card. And honestly, I really think this decision just purely lies with him. Like, this is not a situation where, you know, like this is like, oh, like the Steelers are really pushing for it. They just need to meet somewhere in the middle. Like, from what I understand, like the situation is that the Steelers gave him a number and they said, this is what we're willing to pay you. We're interested. This, take it or leave it. And during this 6-hour hangout where he got to see the facility, he got to talk to Art Rooney, Omar Khan, Mike Tomlin, everybody involved, and see the situation. They didn't budge. They said, hey, this is what we're willing to offer. Because the Steelers, they're not banking on this year being a big year for them at quarterback. They're playing this year to be the bridge year, and then next year to be the year that they expect a much better and a much richer quarterback draft class. And then they'll invest in quarterbacks then. But they're not going to sell the farm now for an overpriced, mid-tier quarterback at this stage. And like, I think Cam Hayward kind of reflects the state of the team. And I think it's important to distinguish, Cam Hayward, wasn't saying that he didn't want Aaron Rodgers around. He even said like, hey, like, we'd welcome him. And like just after that clip, he was like, hey, I'm not coming after Aaron here, and he has every right to negotiate how he wants to negotiate. He says specifically, if you asked me to go on a darkness retreat, I would say no, because that's not my style. So I think the Steelers, what they've done is they put the offer out. I think they've moved on from Russell Wilson. They were unable to sign Justin Fields, and so this is the other experienced veteran that they're like, well, we'll take a swing with this guy. But every indication that I've seen is that, like, if Aaron Rodgers chooses somewhere else, they'll be like, oh well, and they'll just roll with Mason Rudolph. They might sign like a Joe Flacco, and then they'll draft like a Jalen Milroe in the 3rd or 4th round, and then they'll say, hey, that's what we're working with this year at quarterback. And then next year's the big year that they move up and they go get their guys. So I don't think that they're tripping over themselves at this point. If Aaron Rodgers signs with the Steelers, it's because he wants to, and if he doesn't, that's because he doesn't want to, and the Steelers won't be sweating about it.
Chris, in terms of like the fan base vibe, because I think, it's all fun and games. It's easy to make fun of the Jets. I mean, it's probably the easiest running joke in pro football amongst fan bases right now. And watching how it, I think, predictably blew up in flames, and cost a head coach and general manager their job, and here the Jets are now with you mentioned Justin Fields. How much of it is like, okay, I mean, I think it's very clear Rodgers is the best option for Pittsburgh right now, especially with the roster they have. But does it kind of sort of feel like you're swallowing your pride a little bit? Like, is that a good way to describe it in sort of quote-unquote settling for Rodgers after you Pittsburgh fans were probably amongst the other fan bases in the NFL sort of laughing at how it sort of turned out in New York?
So I'd say that for Steelers fans, I'd say the consensus does not want him in Pittsburgh. Mm-hmm. Like, when I talk to Steelers fans, they're just like, please tell me this is not going to happen, because even beyond how he plays in the field, there's just a general disdain for Aaron Rodgers. I mean, and this is like you're pointing out here, like last year, he missed the first season he was signed with the Jets because he got injured on the very first play that he played, right? Mm-hmm. And so then after not playing for an entire year, everyone's thinking like, oh, he's back with the Jets. They redid his deal a little bit so that he could be he could stick with the Jets. And so now he'll show up to OTAs, right? Wrong. Didn't show up to OTAs. Oh, he'll show up to mandatory minicamp, right? Wrong. Didn't even show up to mandatory minicamp. And then it was the question, is he going to show up to training camp? We don't know. It was just a spectacle all off season. And it's just like, and this is where I think the Steelers fans do have a point. Why would you sign up for that? Even if you get him to sit down at the table and you say, and he says, Mr. Rooney, Mr. Tomlin, Mr. Khan, I would not do that to you guys. You guys are the Pittsburgh Steelers. I truly honor and everything. How can you believe it until you actually see it? And it's just like, if you're signing up for that, it's kind of like, if he does that and it becomes a distraction, you signed up for this. You knew that this was how he was. I think that's where the swallowing of the pride is that, it's going to be a challenge. Mike Tomlin, you look at his track record, Mike Tomlin has been found a miracle way to get guys who nobody else can coach up to play well on the field. You look at, everyone thinks about Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown was with the Steelers for 9 years, had 6 All-Pro, insane seasons. He couldn't stay on a team for more than half a season when he left Pittsburgh. You look at Le'Veon Bell, couldn't stay on a team for more than a season when he left Pittsburgh. You even look recently, Chase Claypool, he had 2 back-to-back decent seasons that people thought, oh, he's worth a second-round pick in a trade. He can't stay on a team. Deontay Johnson was known as one of the best route runners in football. Everyone was like, oh, they're stupid for trading him away. He's been on 4 teams in the past calendar year. Mike Tomlin has had some impeccable way of getting through to players in ways that other coaches just don't. Can he do that with Aaron Rodgers? This feels like this is the ultimate test. This is the unstoppable object versus the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. And so if he does that with Aaron Rodgers, kudos to Mike Tomlin. But it's just, why would you put yourself up with that when you have so many other things that you got to work on right now?
What do you find that Steeler fans want, quarterback-wise?
Well, the Steelers really just wanted Justin Fields. They were just like, they were really hoping that Justin Fields would get signed, and that would be that. there's a lot of Steelers fans who I think are just like, just bring back Russell Wilson. It's not that bad. Like, yeah, he lost 5 games at the end of the season, but he wasn't the biggest problem, and you can work with it. Now, the thing is that I think that there might be some burnt bridges on the chart of Russell Wilson because, reports have come out and we've heard things about how Arthur Smith didn't appreciate him changing up the offense at different times, and they had to kind of direct him not to do that towards the end of the season. And there were some differences there between him and his offensive coordinator. But here's my thing, guys, is if Arthur Smith had a problem with Russell Wilson changing the offense, buddy, you think Aaron Rodgers ain't going to do the same thing? And that's where I'm just like, yeah, you must be out your mind. He's going to be changing everything up and down the offense. So I think there's a sense from the fans that they would take anybody solid over Aaron Rodgers right now, and that includes Russell Wilson. But I think that the team, I think they've moved on from Russell Wilson for whatever reason. I think they see that chapter closed. And they want to get something else going. And again, I think the whole thing here is that fans are starting to come around to this idea that 2025 isn't the year for the Steelers to be really dangerous. They can be the same kind of team they've been for the past 5-6 years, where they're tough, they're physical, they can keep games close, and they can win 9-10 games, get into the playoffs, but not be a super threat. This is the year to solidify things. Get your O-line right. Invest in this D-line in the draft. Make sure that your defense is sharper. Make sure your run game is more efficient. You get your pass game a little bit more smooth, so that when 2026 comes around and you want to trade up and go get that quarterback, it's like Ben Roethlisberger. When the Steelers drafted Ben Roethlisberger back in 2004, Bill Cowher had developed an O-line, a run game, had playmakers on offense, had a top 10 defense, and that's what they hope to have ready for their rookie quarterback that they want to draft next year, so that they can hit the ground running with whoever that is, whether it's Arch Manning or Nico Iamaleava or Denoris Sellers, whoever it is. I think that's what Steelers fans have kind of drawn to hope for, is that they're hoping that the Steelers go get their guy next year, and that this is the year that sets up the run of having a good rookie quarterback on a good rookie contract deal while you have like an elite roster around him.
Christopher Carter in the Western Hotline, at Carter Critiques on Twitter. Great point. I didn't connected those two dots. Smith not being happy with Wilson for potentially, changing the offense. The story of Rodgers in New York was there was no play action being run and no pre-snap motion because Rodgers didn't like it. So the Jets just didn't run it. And they were like last in both categories in the league. So you're definitely getting that with him. And then you mentioned him in passing earlier. Jalen Milroe, there was the thing about he had dinner with the Steelers, and there was a blurb from a while ago that like Tomlin likes him. You feel like that's something they could do, but not in round one, right?
No, but I fully think. In fact, I did a Sunday feature in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette about this quarterback draft class. This is not the quarterback draft class to go hunting for your franchise quarterback. However, it's a good quarterback draft class to go hunting for a backup quarterback, because I think if you get to that 3rd, 4th round range, you have Jalen Milroe, you have Will Howard, you have Quinn Ewers, you have Kyle McCord, you have Riley Leonard. I think all those guys, like if you get to those 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds, you can that's a safe space to spend on one of those guys. And they went and they talked to Jalen Milroe right before his pro day, where he ran a 4.37 40-yard dash, which is around the speed that you want a quarterback to be if you were trying to get a Justin Fields type. And I liken this, for Steelers fans who remember, I liken this to how the Steelers and Mike Tomlin showed interest in Malik Willis when he was coming out in the 2022 NFL draft. Now, everyone remembers the Steelers picked Kenny Pickett in the 1st round that year, but that was because they didn't think Kenny Pickett would get to the 20th overall pick. That turned out to be their guy. But they were expecting Kenny Pickett to go early, and I believe they were going to draft Malik Willis in the 3rd round that year. And I think that that's what they want to do with Jalen Milroe this year. They know that he's not a franchise quarterback. They think he's a big project. He has a lot of development to be had there. But I think this is the year they're going to draft their new, young backup quarterback that, if he turns into a superstar starter, awesome, great, bonus plus, and then you figure that out. But this is the year to get younger at quarterback. Right now, their only quarterbacks on the roster are Skylar Thompson, who's just a signee, and Mason Rudolph, who they brought back in free agency and has been their career backup for the past 6 or 7 years for the most part. So I think that's what they're doing here with this. If they go get Jalen Milroe, it won't be to the third round at highest. Maybe fourth round will be the sweet spot for them. But it's purely to get a younger guy in the room that they can develop and kind of keep a young guy on the roster moving forward.
Chris, it kind of felt like the Najee Harris divorce was inevitable, like maybe even dating back to last year going into this season. It kind of felt like, it just felt like the divorce was happening. Jaylen Warren, right now, the only other running back, they've got kind of Gainwell, but the only other running back where you'd think maybe he slots into the starting spot. Do you view, this is a running back rich draft, so maybe a top 60 pick might not make sense for the Steelers at running back, but do you expect them to target the running back position with a premium pick in this draft? Or do you think maybe there's still someone, I don't know, even the names that still exist on the free agent market? But I don't envision Warren is the RB1 when the season starts, right?
I think Jaylen Warren might be. He's been a guy that they've liked for years. I remember when they got him undrafted. I talked to their running backs coach, Eddie Faulkner, who's still there now, and he told me, he's like, Chris, we thought that Eddie Faulkner was the 7th best running back in this draft class, but because we had Najee, we weren't pressed about it. But when we saw that he hit the free agent market, we were like, we're signing him immediately. And he's been a boon for the Steelers. He's really helped them out, and I think he's why the Steelers didn't offer Najee Harris a 5th-year extension last year, and things kind of fell the way that they did this year because. Jaylen Warren, he's explosive. He's faster than Najee Harris. Now, he doesn't protect the ball as well as Najee Harris, and I don't think he can carry the load as much as Najee Harris did. He's a bit of a smaller of a body. But that's why I think they might spend a third or a fourth round pick at running back this year. I really think the Steelers' priorities this year, in the first round, you're probably going to see them go after one of those top deep defensive tackles because this is a good defensive tackle draft class. But in that third or fourth round, when they have their next 2 picks, because they don't have a second-round pick because that's what they traded to get DK Metcalf, I would expect a combination of either running back, receiver, or quarterback with those third and fourth round picks to be had there because this is a good, like you said, this is a good running back class. I think I've heard that they like Damian Martinez out of Miami, DJ Giddens out of Kansas State, Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. But there's a lot of guys in this draft class that you could look and say like, hey, they maybe they don't start right away, but they could become the guy that carries the rock for you long term. And maybe that's what Jaylen Warren's role is that he's going to be the starter to start the year, and then whoever they draft in the middle rounds this year, they are the guy that they're hoping to develop into the starter whenever they don't want to pay Jaylen Warren in the coming years.
Last thing for you, Christopher, the guys that are going into contract years, George Pickens and TJ Watt, do you think, one I'm sure is more likely than the other, but do you feel like either one of those guys, especially Pickens, I would think for this, it has potential to be moved out of Pittsburgh this offseason?
I have no expectations for TJ Watt to be moved. I think that deal's going to get done, and when it does get done, it's going to open up more cap space for the Steelers. I think they're going to find a way to make that work for them. But George Pickens, I think, is the really interesting wild card here that could be for the Steelers. Now, here's the thing. I don't think the Steelers are going to give him away for a song. Like, if you're sitting there and you're thinking, like, oh, man, the Steelers they signed DK Metcalf long-term, so they're not going to sign George Pickens long-term, so that means they're just going to give up for, like, a fourth or a fifth or a sixth-round pick. And I'm like, I don't think they're going to do that because I think they look at George Pickens and they say, you know what? We can keep him around for another year. He can be a star next to Metcalf, and then if we want to franchise tag him next year, we'll do that, and then we'll have – 2 years of Pickens and Metcalf together, and then if you draft your quarterback next year, you got 2 playmaker number 1 wide receivers on the outside with the rest of the team building. Or if next year you just let him hit free agency, he's gonna get a major contract somewhere in the NFL. That's going to count towards your comp picks. So I think that's where you'll see the Steelers. They'll be willing to deal George Pickens, but it's going to depend on if someone can come get it. Now, Aditi Kinkhabwala pointed something out very well. She does a lot of NFL reporting. She's covered the Steelers for years. She pointed out a lot of teams are getting wise to the Steelers, just passing off their older wide receivers that that no one else can really use. Mm-hmm. If you remember, when the Steelers traded away Chase Claypool, Omar Khan didn't just get a second-round pick for Chase Claypool. He got the first pick of the second round from the Bears for Chase Claypool. And I think that there might be a buyer beware situation now when people go get Steelers wide receivers. Granted, George Pickens looks like a freak of nature compared to Deontay Johnson and Chase Claypool. So maybe someone's still wanting to take that chance. But I think the Steelers, they're in a position of strength there where they can say, you know what, we'll ride it out with George Pickens unless someone comes to call him with that second-round pick. And if they do, great. If they don't, we will happily bite that bullet and deal with the consequences of him running into the end of his contract and either franchise tagging him or just picking up the third-round comp pick you're probably going to get anyways because you let him hit free agency and he got paid big.
Christopher Carter, at Carter Critiques, if you want to follow him on Twitter, the Locked On Steelers podcast, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette as well. Thanks, Christopher, and a month till the draft, so Pittsburgh should have some fun. They've got things to talk about.
Plenty of things to talk about, guys. You can read about it in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, postgazette.com. Check me out every day on YouTube and your favorite podcasting app on the Locked On Steelers podcast.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
So he points out there at the end about the Steeler receivers, not something I had really picked up on. Go through all of the last 5 great Steeler receivers. What do they do after? So Claypool, nothing. He brought up Claypool. Claypool got traded for the first pick of the second round to Chicago. What'd he do? Nothing. Deontay Johnson gets traded to Carolina. No, you got dealt 6 weeks later, right?
He was playing pretty well when he got dealt too.
And then now he's nowhere. He's not on a team. So imploded his career. Antonio Brown. Now that's for different reasons.
Yes.
But who acquired the Raiders did regret that. They traded a first-round pick for a guy who never played for them.
They do regret
because he was a head case. What about Juju? Juju Smith-Schuster was like the next big thing at receiver from Pittsburgh, and he had knee stuff, right?
Like a degenerative knee issue.
Yeah. But still, that's a good point. The Steelers have had some good receivers. They've used up every last ounce of their juice, and then the next team got nothing out of it. The last time, actually,
it's fair.
You got to go back a long time, but there's one example of a guy that left Pittsburgh and did awesome elsewhere, and that's Emmanuel Sanders. He was great in Denver and was still good with the Bills at the end. But obviously, that's like a decade ago at this point. Interesting. All right, the Steelers, Rodgers. I leave that conversation thinking that they're going to get Rodgers.
Me too.
And that Arthur Smith is going to lose his mind.
Yeah,
he's gonna slowly go crazy. If he thought Wilson was bad, Rodgers he's gonna want the whole offense to himself.
I really was pretty stunned to see them bring Art Smith back.
Well, he got head coach interviews, right?
Yeah, but he stinks.
Yeah,
he stinks.
We brought this up on Friday. Did you know? It's Tomlin, though, trying to get an established offensive coordinator because he's coming from Matt Canada, who was kind of a joke, right? Isn't it wild that Mike Tomlin got hired in 2007 as the head coach of the Steelers? He doesn't have a single branch in his coach tree.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
There's no Mike Tomlin coach tree.
For being around as long and consider and how he's viewed across the league in terms of head coaches.
Sean McDermott got hired a decade after Tomlin. He's got a coach tree.
Yeah.
At least he's got one. He's got Dable. Does he have 2? No, he's 1. Dable. He'll have 2 soon enough.
Yes, he will.
Tomlin, nothing. All right, when we come back, get back to the Bills and the draft, update the poll from earlier. What's the position you can live without? And I got some other stuff to get to here. Went through some Sabres. Maybe some trivia. 1 month until the NFL draft. Stay tuned. Jeremy and Joe. Nate is in. This is WGR.
in this tidal wave of success that we've had, and you lose perspective. You struggle with the ego at times because you've been on this incredible run. So it'll be nice to a normal off season and just get back to myself as a coach and not have to throw out first pitches. And you should only be ringing stock market bells and throwing out first pitches when you win the major championship. So, I won't have to do things like that. I'll be able to just kind of focus on the upcoming season, make better decisions with all aspects of coaching.
Danny Hurley, UConn goes out. They had a 6-point lead in the second half, but Florida puts together the comeback. How's your bracket doing? Or do you even have a bracket?
I haven't even looked.
You haven't looked?
I haven't looked.
I went off on a limb this year, and I thought, if I'm going to win this thing, I'm going to win big. So what I do, I put a 12 seed in the Final Four. UC San Diego. The thing about doing that is picking a big upset to go that far is your bracket feels dead in 12 hours.
Yeah.
By midnight of the first night of the tournament, I felt like I was out of it. Not as fun.
It's definitely not as fun. But it's also not fun to just say, I'm going to have 4 1 seeds in the Final Four.
Right.
Which is...
So naturally, there's a middle ground there where, pick a 6 seed or a 5 seed or something, rather than having to go pick the 12.
I had a lot of people that picked St. John's, and that's over, obviously. So
I could never root in my life for that coach. Ever.
Yeah.
I despise Pitino.
Yeah.
I think he's my least favorite college basketball coach. Worse than Calipari.
Calipari's
Although
pretty
Sean
close
Miller, man.
Yeah.
Some of the stories
Sean
about
Miller.
him. The FBI probe, and I don't know. He's the Texas coach now. No shame in these programs whatsoever.
none.
You just go away for 3 years and come back and you'll get a job.
College basketball coaches have sort of been are like our modern day politicians. Just take a
leave.
Take a leave, get out of the public eye for a little while, and pop back 2 years later.
Yeah. Here's Texas's job.
Yeah. Right. And these aren't just, it's not like he's going to Southwest Missouri State.
No, although I think
big time programs.
They make you start there, right? Like Pitino went to Iona before he went to St. John's. Where was Sean Miller? He was just somewhere.
Yeah, you're right.
He got hired away. He was somewhere. I don't remember. Mid-tier program, I think. 803-0550 is the phone number. We'll check in on the bullpen in Extendo Sports. I've been monitoring throughout. They're complaining that I don't chime in as much as Jeremy does, which is true. I'm not looking at the chat when the segment's on, which is probably the biggest difference. So let's see if I'll up that, though, a little bit. The bullpen deserves it. It's got a life of its own organism.
It is a living, breathing thing, yeah.
Yeah. So there was one person who reached out on Twitter and had a good point about our earlier conversation about the Bills at defensive tackle. Like maybe that being the position that if you're going to leave one out, you got a first, you got 2 seconds, feel like you got to add a corner for sure, you got to add a defensive end, you got to add a defensive tackle, you got to add a wide receiver. At some point. So you can't add all 4 of those unless they trade back into the third. And this is just speaking about days 1 and 2. They could, of course, just pick any of those positions in the 4th round. And they have multiple picks. They have a ton of picks on day 3. So they have 7, actually, don't they? They have 7 day 3 picks?
Yes.
Okay. So
yes.
It's 8. 7 or 8.
8, I think. If they have 11 picks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, then it's 8.
Okay, right. So 3 in the first 2 rounds. They can't have all 4 of those positions in the first 2 rounds. You can have 3 of them. Which one are you willing to leave out? And one person reached out about defensive tackle, and the way that they really have treated defensive tackle is they don't really put a lot of assets into it, other than Ed Oliver. They spent a top 10 pick on Ed Oliver and a 3rd-round pick on Dwayne Carter. But think of the one technique defensive tackle, if I could even get more specific with it.
Yeah.
Because Carter's 3 technique, right? More so?
Yes.
And Oliver certainly is.
Yep.
When's the last big investment that they made on the big run defensive one?
Starlotulele, however you
Star
want to pronounce.
Lotulele?
That's, yeah.
And that is
McDermott's first year.
6-7 years ago?
Yeah.
Since then, what is it? It's Jordan Phillips on...
Who's barely a 1 tech. He's really more of a 3 tech.
More of a 3, okay. DaQuan Jones.
Yeah, he's been their biggest investment. Yeah.
And that's like a modest deal.
Yep.
At most. They've invested in, remember they brought in Linval Joseph in the middle of the season? Ilianku's been off and on the practice squad 10,000 times.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they never really put a lot into it. So the idea that they would invest a first-round pick, especially in that type of player, this draft has them.
They do have them.
But it's not really something they've put a high premium on. So it would be a change. If they were to do that, it would be a change of how they look at the position. They have looked at that role as a very replaceable one.
I also think they don't value it as much as maybe fans do. Like I have always viewed what this defense needs to sort of make the other stuff work is a true two-gap player in the middle of their defense. A nose tackle or a one-tech that has to take two players that can eat double teams. And they have proven time and time again that is not the type of player that they view. That's not the archetype of player that they look at for the one-tech. And I'm not here to tell you I think I know more than Sean McDermott or that I think I know more than NFL teams, but I think it's easily the one thing this defense has lacked is a true gap eater in the middle of their defense. And I think you can point to what a true gap eater would do. And it's for me, if you have a Kenneth Grant, if you have even Derek Nandi, right, which is the backup in Kansas City, he's still a free agent. He's 3+ bills. Like a true, and like I know Ogunjobi's 3-something, but like I don't view him as a one-tech. I think he's going to be a 3-tech as well. I think if you can have a first and second down guy at one-tech where you're just like, I'm good running base. They struggled. I think Eric Turner had this stat that they were 29th in the NFL in, is it EPA per play or just total yards
in
given
what
up
situation?
in against 12 personnel.
Oh, okay.
Like they were one of the worst teams in the league against 12 personnel.
Okay.
Because they just aren't big enough. They're not big enough. That's it.
Right.
To me, a lot of the conversation is been about speed in this defense. Don't disagree. Think they lack speed on the back end.
Yeah.
But I think if you want to talk about speed being a thing that they're missing, I might want to argue size in the middle is another thing. If your biggest guy is DaQuan Jones right now, which has been their biggest guy, even Star Lotulelei, he was big, but he wasn't like a gap. He wasn't,
He was not athletic.
And he wasn't a big two-gap. You're just going to, I think what they want out of a one-tech is they want a guy that brings pass rush juice.
Yeah. Well, right.
And I think if you have Ed Oliver, I don't need pass rush juice for my one-tech.
Yeah, I might like it, though.
Of course you would. Everybody wants Aaron Donald.
It's that. Jones has had a little of it.
He flashed early before the injury in London.
Right. It's not necessarily something that every team.
Hasn't been the same since.
It's not necessarily something that every team has or is even easy to acquire.
But I think that's why you have a Michael Hoyt. I think it's why you have Ogunjobi, right? Is you have a more of a penetrating one-tech. I think that they need more defined roles. That almost the versatility that they've created is, it's like what's the saying? It's master of none. What do they call it? It's like the come on, you know it.
Jack of all trades,
master of none.
You said the last part, and I was trying to think of the last part.
I forgot the jack of all. Yeah. They have a bunch of guys that can play inside, bounce outside, go to play 3, play the 1. They don't have anybody where you're just like, that guy's the one-tech, and he's going to be there on first down. That's his role, a defined role. And you can be that. You can have a lot of fluidity across a lot of positions. But I think what the Bills have done is they've almost overvalued versatility to me, where I think I'm good. If you're going to have a one guy on your defense, 11 guys on defense, if one of them is just a plug and play, he's not versatile, but I need him on first and maybe second down, is there other position other than one tech where you could look at that and say, on third down, I could have Michael Hoyt lining up at 3 and Ed Oliver going down to 1. I can have Larry Ogunjobi lining up at 1 and Ed Oliver at 3. I can have, Carter and Oliver both lining up on, head up over each guard. Like, those are things you can do on third down. Versatility is king when you are dictating the terms of play. But when defenses or when opposing offenses throw 12 personnel out there and you can't stop the run, and it's forcing you to reconsider your base package and having you play more 3 linebackers and taking your best defender off the field, that's where you have to, I think, reconsider how you've always approached that position. And that's where I am. I'm open to them reconsidering what that early down role is as a one tech in that defense. Doesn't mean they agree with that, but I do think it's worth exploring.
I mean, what I really want for that position, and really for their defensive line, the thing I think I want most right now for their defensive line, I'm not sure is realistic to think they can get. I was watching over the weekend Marcel Darius highlights from his big year. He AP first team All-Pro.
His contract year? Yeah.
His contract year, right. It earned him the huge contract, then you basically never heard from him again. 2014, though, he was the Bills had a first team All-Pro nose tackle.
Yeah.
Defensive tackle. He did both, though, right?
Yep, he played 1 and 3.
But most times, because Kyle Williams was on the other side, he was the one. And to me, the dream idea is you can find a more mature and professional version of Marcel Darius, right?
Yeah.
The talent was never the question with him, because the talent, what was he? He was massive.
Yep.
And could be what we're talking about with the one technique and filling gaps and stopping the run. And at the same time, he was a nightmare to stop in pass rush situations.
Yep, he was both.
Double-digit sack season that year. He was a first-team All-Pro. The thing, though, is I don't know how many of those guys there are. And where did you have to get a Marcel Darius? You had to get him in the top of the NFL draft.
Yeah.
So I might sit here and say, well, that's what I want. I want a more mature version of Darius. And I don't know how. I don't know
how you get that. I don't know how you acquire that.
There are guys in the draft. Is Kenneth Grant this a little bit, or is he a little smaller?
No, Kenneth Grant's huge.
Okay, so there are guys maybe that might present the skill set of that, but you just don't know. When you draft at the end of the first round like that.
He's 340, 6'3", 340. I mean, he's what I'm talking about.
So maybe he's going to end up becoming my guy. Because that's what I want. I want a mature Darius.
He also, I'll say this about Grant.
That might be the closest I can get to it.
I'll say this about Grant. He does have some pass rushing upside, but he is more of that player that I'm talking about. I think he's maybe the best of both worlds as somebody you could get potentially at 30. I guess, but I agree with you about getting that defensive tackle. I mean, other than trading for, Dexter Lawrence, which that doesn't really seem like it's happening.
Especially because Darius is a key part of this Bills regime has done everything way better than the last one.
Yes.
Right? Everything. Except one thing. This regime has been trying over and over and over to build an elite defensive line. The last one had one. I have never seen, I go back to like 2000 at the earliest.
They did walk into Kyle Williams.
There's probably
Kyle Williams was there.
That's right.
When
that's true. But Bruce Smith, there's probably a Bills defensive line in the past that's equally as good. I have never seen in this city a defensive line as good as when you had prime Darius, Kyle Williams, Mario Williams, and Jerry Hughes. That thing was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I feel like this regime's they want to replicate that.
Trade.
They've been trying, and they haven't been able to do it yet.
Trade, top 3 pick, franchise cornerstone, and highest paid free agents, defensive free agent at the time.
So you're talking about the one from 10 years ago?
Yes, I'm talking about the cold front.
Yeah.
Whatever, right? That
their nickname?
Yeah, I think it was their nickname.
Okay.
It's not like that was all homegrown. They walked into Kyle Williams. I'll tell you this. If Brandon Beane had a top 3 pick outside of getting Josh Allen, if they had another legit top 3 pick, that's Quinnen Williams, isn't it? We're talking about the next year they get at Oliver.
Hey, there were
because
rumors.
They're ninth.
There were rumors they wanted to trade up before that draft for him.
Quinnen Williams is the guy we're talking about. They just didn't get a chance at him.
I feel like they're close. I like Oliver. Oliver is not as good as you wanted for a top 10 pick, but I like Oliver.
Me too.
Bosa, to me, does present some upside. If he stays healthy and you can find this type of player we're talking about to add into the interior, you might be getting as close as they ever have been, under at least Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott, to having the defensive line that they've been searching for. 803-0550 is the phone number. Quick call maybe when we come back in Extendo Sports. We'll wrap things up. We'll get it off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show with Sal Capaccio. That's coming up here on WGR.
be Vaughn. Vaughn? I know he hadn't done very well against this guy, but I got a hunch he'd do.
Good morning to the chat on YouTube. The chat we're treating now as a character on the show.
See, that's why I love it. We don't even have to mention a guy and just bam, everyone's fist fighting in the chat.
The chat is like, you look out in your backyard and you see, like, what are the dogs doing out there? And you just find out, like, they're after something.
All right, good morning to the bullpen. The thing that I've been looking at in the bullpen that I am most intrigued by is they want a WGR-themed hot dog roller. Because I guess we're the show of the dog. Dog of the day, of course. Which tomorrow we'll have to figure out for Ottawa. Cousin's back. Maybe something like that.
A cousin's dog? That'd be
cousin's
crazy.
dog. So, WGR hot dogs. Sal Capaccio in studio, by the way.
I totally forgot that this is on video and camera. I came in here.
Look, they're going nuts.
Just to sit with you.
They're going nuts
say
in there
hello.
for Sal.
And now I'm realizing I'm on video. I'm on camera, and I'm saying hello to everybody. Is it this camera I'm looking at right here? Hi, guys.
They're loving the Cuse quarter zip.
Yeah, if my team can't be in the NCAA tournament, at least I can still represent them in some possible way.
Yeah. So. They are, very quickly, they're going to do this spring game against Colorado?
So they filed the paperwork.
Okay.
The NCAA does not allow this.
So
according to its normal
what it
rules.
is two teams that would play each other in a spring game.
Yeah, so what happens is normally in your spring football, you have a few weeks of practice, and at the end you play your own game, like a scrimmage. And you, like the Bills have done this at the stadium. You give points for the offense or defense based on plays. Well, Deion Sanders tweeted something like, hey, I want to have a game against another team. And Fran Brown's like, we'll come out to Boulder and play you. The NCAA says, no, we don't really allow that. And they looked into it, and the two ADs and the two coaches, and said, hey, we're going to make this happen. What do we got to do? They filed the paperwork to the NCAA to apparently, have this rule be, go around it or whatever.
Okay. I hope it happens. I think it'd be cool.
It'd be great.
I would watch it. 100%.
Yeah.
The other thing, by the way, that the chat is doing is they are accused. They believe there is an Owen burner somewhere in the chat.
Owen
Parker.
Owen Parker. Wow.
They think that Owen from Puerto Rico. We think he's in the chat right now. Hey, if you can find him, good luck to you. I don't know. I might bet against there's an Owen burner somewhere in here. I don't think there is.
It's
funny though.
I just met Gianluca for the first time. And I didn't know he's quite the athlete himself.
Yeah?
Played football at Lancaster High School. Was a Wildcat quarterback, he told me.
Nice.
Yeah, so very cool. So he's filling in for Owen.
We had two quarterbacks in today. I didn't even realize. Yeah. Nate, quarterback. I'm just kidding. No, Nate was a quarterback. All right, we got to run. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on the way next. Sal Capaccio, stay tuned.